Yeah, we're good to go. Good morning, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello, good morning to all of you. So, this is me, eating a gluten-free pancake with my colleague Mahu, who also eats gluten-free pancakes. And we are both from Wikimedia Argentina. We are part of the Comparison and Decentralization program at the association.
And hello, this is me. I'm Dr. Sarah Thomas. I'm a program manager at Wikimedia UK. I don't mind getting my picture taken, but I tend not to like it too much. So I have a tendency to hide behind Wikipedia merch. Oh, no, it's totally fine. I do not mind at all. It's just for the sake of the joke. So, my remit is taking care of England, Scotland, no, not England, everything but England, Wales, Northern Ireland, Scotland, and volunteering right the way across the UK. And I'm also responsible for Wikimedia UK's Train the Trainer programme.
Yeah, we are both the leading team of the Volunteer Supporters Network, which is the experience we will tell you today.
I like how I just completely forgot the title of the talk. Hello and welcome to the first session of the day. So a little bit of history. The Volunteer Supporters Network began in Wikimania 2014 in London with the aim of opening and maintaining communication channels between those in different chapters and affiliates supporting volunteers in the Wikimedia community, including holding meetings and workshops and creating and sharing resources. My first experience of the Volunteer Supporters Network, the VSN, was at the meetup in Vienna in 2018, and I found the small community incredibly helpful for sharing experiences and offering peer support. I've worked in the charity and volunteering sector in the UK for a number of years. However, volunteering in the Wikimedia movement can be very different from that you will find in other parts of the sector. And having an international community who understand those same differences, those things which make our movement unique, is really incredibly valuable. These early days of the network focused mainly on the annual meeting, an annual chance to meet in person for a few days at a time to privately share our own experiences and challenges and learn from those of others. These meetings sometimes included a Skillshare element, with different members sharing short presentations and trainings on different topics and tools, which might be particularly useful for those supporting volunteers within the movement. For example, Qualtrics for surveys, PetScan for making article lists for editing workshops, that kind of thing. And I still make use of many of the tools and tips that I've learned at VSN Skillshares.
It is also a place where we can share our experiences. We were leading volunteer teams, so it has to do with technical skills and with skill sharings, but also with the place where we can understand what does it take to be a volunteer community manager. And we saw that there was a huge pandemic boom within the VCN because most of us got into the pandemic without having any idea of what to do when everything went virtual. Even if we work in an online and a digital movement, that very moment of our recent history, it was quite astonishing. It was really surprising, all the movement we had to do to create new spaces for people to meet in our local communities. So the VCN became a very special place where we could get some ideas from others who were having the same problem around the globe.
A little bit of funding history. In 2022, Wikimedia Poland and Wikimedia Austria applied for and were granted a movement strategy implementation grant to support the running of the Volunteer Supporters Network. In 2023, Wikimedia UK and Wikimedia Argentina applied for the same grant to continue that work. These grants acknowledge the labour required for maintaining a network such as this, and also look to the future of the VSN, which may speak to the idea of hubs within the movement. Part of the 2022 work done by Wikimedia Poland and Wikimedia Austria was to consult the community on the creation of a set of internal regulations, including clarity on membership of the group. We have 2 membership levels, members and liaisons, all of whom work in volunteer support and who are in good standing within the community. The grant also allowed the VSN to offer small fees for the presentation of an expanded Skillshare programme and support for the annual meeting, which this year was organised and hosted online by Wikimedia Chile. And thank you very much again to Wikimedia Chile for that.
So regarding this year's activity, we have more than 15 Skillshare sessions where people could share this technical knowledge we need to deal with volunteering within the community. You know, Spanish is my main language, so I am clever at Spanish. So these sessions were held with around, at the long of the year, like almost it's one per month or a little bit more. We also do some peer-to-peer sharing knowledge sessions. This year we worked on Open Refine. We did also something on the event registration tool, which was this new tool that we all welcome at the movement. And we also worked with some climate activism within the Wikimedia movement, as well as it was how to help people to manage activities within the movement as well. So it is a place where people who come into this position of being a volunteer supporter can get some tools and some ideas to help their community grow. We also did these sessions in 3 languages. We are trying to decenter English. It is still, we are speaking English, so it is still the main language of the project, but we also worked with French and Spanish this year, and we are open to work with other languages as well. We had more than 180 attendances within the whole program, and also we hold 2 surveys which are aimed to understand what people need from the BCN and what we can do for them. We had this annual meeting Sarah was talking before. It was 2 days online meeting. Again, thank you, Carla, for the work done. And we were 18 of us trying to understand how we can move forward with the BCN and trying to see which is the best we can provide to our people after the pandemic, because we keep on doing some stuff that was more related to the pandemic than to the actual situation we are living. So we are right now like having within internal conversation how we can move forward with the BCN. Is it like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's been really I'm going to move closer to this microphone. One of the things that I think has been really important to us is to be able to be responsive to what our network, what our community really needs at this point in time. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we've had. One of the most interesting parts about co-running the project has been working in partnership across 2 chapters and 2 languages. We've managed the programme of activity over Telegram, email, Google Docs, Google Meet, while learning a lot about each other's time zones and seasons. This really isn't too different from working remotely with others in the same country. However, we do have challenges both in terms of language and time zones. My Spanish is not extensive enough in any way whatsoever to be able to deal with the sort of the work level of language. I think I can probably order 2 beers and find my way to the bathroom, and that's about it. Although we have both been members of the VSN, we hadn't worked together before. And so this first year of this partnership has been about learning how to work together across those 2 chapters, as well as the work of the network itself. In fact, yesterday was the first time that we'd ever met in person. So we are, as we mentioned, an increasingly multicultural network. We know that not everyone supporting volunteers across the movement has the same access to staff capacity, and that we know that not everybody has even the same access to a reliable internet connection. As we grow in terms of size and variety of time zones, scheduling meetings which can suit that range becomes more and more difficult. One of the things that I think we both think that we're going to need to look at next year is how we can take this really unique, really helpful, really valuable service, product, meeting of minds to other areas, other time zones, how we can get people to talk to each other, to continue this work at times when the rest of us would be in bed, basically. One of the things that we found actually to be a real game changer was the use of live translation for Spanish and English at the annual meeting. This was a real step forward in terms of equity and exchange, but it does come at a high cost. Live translation is not cheap, and it is really hard work. So yeah, massive props, massive thanks to Anyone who's doing that for this conference, anyone who does that, I hands down my full respect to you. For meetings like this, for meetings like our annual meeting, where it is especially important that we are able to understand each other, it's definitely worth the money.
We don't only see challenges, we also see opportunities within the VCN network, and one of our opportunities is that this is a specific place for people who support volunteers. So it is the place where we talk about what is a challenge for us, what is an opportunity for us, and also what we would like to learn or to understand from others to move forward with our task. It is a place which is based on peer-to-peer learning, but we really focus, we really want to keep this place as a safe space for sharing thoughts and experiences. So you will see that we do not record our meetings. It is internal meetings where we meet to understand and talk and exchange our experiences without making this public. We do have some recorded meetings, but those are the ones which are really technical and with a tool or something people would like to know, and there is not that much information available within Commons or other platforms. So we also focus on capacity building for volunteer supporters, and we really want. We have been, and we are still a little bit the place where people who come into this new role, to some of us, this was a new role for me like 3 years ago, being a volunteer supporter. This place is the place where you can learn from others. And as Sarah was saying before, not all the chapters have the same capacity to do like the accompaniment and the onboarding for people who is getting into this role. So this can be a place that helps people to understand what does it take to be a volunteer supporter.
Yeah, as I said, that even if you have supported volunteers in other charities, in other movements, supporting volunteers within Wikimedia can mean something very different. And we do also have people who come to us who have been doing other work within the movement, but this is their first time supporting volunteers in that particular capacity. And we're really happy to be a place where we see people coming in now from different chapters and from different communities that we've not seen before.
Yeah, and we find it really important to keep it as a safe space. We won't be changing this soon, at least, because we also understand that this is a space when you find other people doing the same you are doing. You could also spot some, for instance, common conflicts within communities, so you can help each other to understand what could be the best way to get out of that conflict or to pace down the conflict. So it is a place where the peer-to-peer support is the main focus, and we understand this is specific of the BCN, and we want to keep it like that.
We really hope that as the network grows and develops, by holding space for cross-cultural relationships to develop, we can, again, further build that capacity within the movement for supporting volunteers. Looking to the future, we really hope that as these connections grow and as we build the infrastructure of the network and the trust between network members, that we will be in a position to be able to build on this with regard to matters happening across the movement that affect volunteers and affect those who support them. Okay, key learnings. This is where I go off script because I didn't write this bit. So, intercultural competency has been one of my great learnings from working with Vic and Mahu at Wikimedia Argentina, and also within a group where often I am one of the only native English speakers. And I am aware that my accent is a bit strange, and I talk really fast. So even just some really basic things around that. But this intercultural competency is a learning curve. It isn't the same as just working with another team member in the same country who speaks the same language, has the same cultural background as you. And it is a learning curve, and you do need to give time for that. And it has massively, massively benefited the work that I do within my own community and the work that I've been doing elsewhere within the movement.
Yeah, and it is also a competence that it is not only within the leading team, which is our relationship, it is also within the network. So we understand that we need to take some time to understand and to make place for different people and place people from different countries to come in, to understand each other, to help each other, and to make that network work in a trust and atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. What was the second one? Yeah, we believe that the Volunteer Supporters Network has something really unique to offer. We don't believe that there is really anywhere else in the movement at the moment that is offering exactly what we do. There are some excellent services and some excellent groups doing really good work, but what the Volunteer Supporters Network really is there for is staff members and volunteers who are working to support volunteers within the network and offering that space where we can learn together, share best practice, share resources. If you are in that position and you haven't been to one of our meetings yet, please do look us up on Meta. We would be delighted to have you. Decentering English, you want to take that one?
Yeah, decentering English. Yeah, we really believe decentering English is important. Right now we are decentering English and having much more Spanish within the network, but we understand that this is not enough. Our movement is global and it's multicultural, and we will need other languages to come in and take place and time of the network. That is like one of the biggest challenges we see in the near future to do that step and to move forward to that. I'm a translator in my other life, so I understand that languages are really important, and it's also difficult to do it. I mean, it's not just translating the content, it's being available for differences to come in. And these are also different mindsets to come in, because different cultures means that. Yeah. Can I take the building capacity text time? Yeah. So this is the first year we are doing this. We got this from Wikimedia Austria and Wikimedia Poland, who did a great work before we got this network on our our responsibility. So it took us quite a long time to understand what was the BCN really, I mean, in the daily work. And also we believe like right now it's starting the moment in which, after understanding and getting to know how to do things well, we can move forward and open a little bit of the BCN to other ideas, other projects, and so on. So you all know, the Wikimedia movement has a learning curve which is quite long and high, and it takes time and help. So the BCN is a little bit of the same. It took us a lot of time and help and mutual help to understand and to do this that we are doing right now. It is somehow, I mean, it looks like simple, but it's like the meta situation of volunteering, you know? Like when you get to volunteering and you understand the way the movement works, what is like the meta situation? You are supporting supporters. So it's a little bit of a specific work. And so it's also get some insights and stuff that is specific for that role.
Yeah. And our last point on the learning, I think, has been about being open to feedback, and really listening to the community that you're trying to support, and being absolutely open to adjusting the program and adjusting the work, being able to be agile in that, to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our members. Mm-hmm. One of our most successful sessions this year, was the peer-to-peer session that Vic ran, which was very much about sharing our experiences, sharing our highlights, sharing our challenges, rather than kind of one person taking the lead. And that very much, we hope, will be one of the main features of our program for the next year. Where are we? 6 minutes left. Oh, excellent, right on time. We had our first in-person meetup for ages. It's been a few years. So we managed to get some folks together yesterday at the pre-conference event. It was really lovely. I see a few faces here that we saw yesterday. Thank you so much for coming. And it reminded me especially just how much we really need this space. And how valuable it is and how wonderful it is to be able to gather again in person, to be able to meet with people, to be able to network and meet other people who are doing the same work.
Yeah, thank you for being there yesterday. There was a lot of people with jet lag, a lot of people who couldn't arrive because they was still in their planes, or people being in other places like the GLAM conference, but it was really nice to see some faces and to see like real people and not only Zoom screens. So 3D. Thanks for that. We just came to the end, and we, of course, are open to questions.
What specific actions would you like to see happen to support volunteers? Like if I have time and money, what would you like to see?
But you mean if you are a volunteer supporter, like what would you expect from you to do?
No. Hello. Sorry. I mean, like, in the future, in the next year or 2 years, what specific actions are you looking as a network to achieve, or what are you looking for support to do?
Okay. Well,
I've got a document about that.
we've been like the whole afternoon yesterday talking about it, so it's quite long. But I, as we told, one of the actions we want to do is like to expand a little bit, to have other people coming in, people from other languages. We are right now it is Europe, Latin America, and we also have some people from Africa, but there is almost no one from Asia. So it would be great to reach a little bit of that part of the world's community. We also would like to be more available for smaller groups, but we do understand it is a lot of work to train and help and support smaller groups which are not supported by the staff of a chapter or who don't have like chapters around supporting them. So that's part of the ideas we've been having around, but it's also true that we need to understand how we can do that because of the, like time zones. We are working, she's working in Europe, I'm working at Latin American time zone. So reaching Asia, for instance, it means that 3 a.m. meetings, this kind of stuff. So it's something you can do once or twice, but it's having a regular work on this kind of global scenario. It takes like a lot of thinking on how we can, coordinate and try to make these spaces available. So this is one of our ideas, but we want to build this a little by little because we really need to focus on keeping the space like a safe space and a space of trust to people who come in. We want them to welcome and to be like little by little. It is not the idea to have like from today and like tomorrow 100 new people coming in. It's like little by little. Of course, everyone is welcome. You just need to be a volunteer supporters to be here. It's not like it is not full of requisites, but it's also true that we need to go like smoothly so we can keep this trust within the people who takes part of the network.
Yeah, I think organic growth is a really important phrase. And I think that for us over the next year or so, building the connections between individual members of the network is also really important for, again, coming back to that last point about understanding what the needs of the community are. So yeah, for me, it's building up that sense of communication between members.
Yeah, just one more, because it made me think. Yeah, there are two more. Yeah, it is also about how to connect communities that are not usually connected within the movement, like South communities or communities of regions who don't really get in touch so frequently. So we have two more. No.
Yeah, it's only the great period.
Okay, we have to talk quick. If we talk quickly, we can get more than one.
Okay.
Thanks for your contribution and your hard work. Congratulations. I'm very interested in the lessons about the center in English because it's one of the biggest challenge for many people in the movement that don't have the English as a language, primary mother language. Thank you.
I will try to go quick. I know it's only one, but maybe. But yeah, the point is that we understand that if we don't do that, the people who is not English, like native or fluent speaking English, they don't feel welcomed. So we need to do that kind of movements to welcome more people. Right now it's just creating activities. We duplicate activities. One activity is in English and the same one is going on in Spanish. And we try to get like facilitators who speak more than one language. We did the same in French and we expect to do the same in other languages as well.
About it in terms of what we can ask, because we do need to give time for the next presenter.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
that's a shame.
If anyone else has questions, you can probably ask the presenters in the hallway or something like that.
Yeah.
I do apologize.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great Wikimania.
Let me share my slides. Yes. Hello, everyone. Can people hear me and see me in the room? Yes. And can you see my slides?
Yeah, we can, no, we can't see slides just yet. At least not. Nope, not yet.
Okay. Can someone please help
Yeah.
with the slides? I've just shared them.
The team is at it.
Yes. Okay. But it's good to
Share
know
your
that
slides, I
people
think,
can.
because you're virtual, right? You have to share the slides.
Sorry.
I think you have to share your slides, right?
Sorry. I just shared my slides on my screen.
Yeah, we don't see your slides. Nope. I mean,
Can you do something about it?
yeah, just
Can you
hold
fix
on.
it?
Yeah, according to the team, you have to share your slides. I mean, you're in the Zoom interface. You shared your slides explicitly on Zoom.
Sorry, I don't understand. I just shared my slides via Zoom. Is it what I should do?
Yeah, you're supposed to share. I mean, share a screen or share your slides that way. Like,
I've shared.
we can see it
slides.
now. We can see your slides
Okay.
now. Yeah.
Yes, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you for joining my session. Today I will be speaking about the Ukrainian Wikimedia community during Russia's invasion, and I will have a special focus on how we can support, how we in Ukraine and how the international community can support the Ukrainian community now that the full-scale war is in its year. Let's start with a brief introduction. My name is Anton. I am Programs Coordinator of Wikimedia Ukraine. I lead Wikimedia Ukraine's programs, so everything from content campaigns to community support to other work. As a volunteer, I'm also an editor and administrator of Ukrainian Wikipedia. And some of you may know me as a member of the steering committee of the Wikimedia CE. This session is 25 minutes long, I think, and I have a presentation that will last for about 20 minutes, and I'm hoping to save some space for Q&A at the end. If there are more questions than we have time for, I will be around online today and in the following days, so please feel free to approach me. I wish I had presented this session in person in Katowice. I had hoped to present this session in person and be there in person with you, but I am not currently allowed to travel outside Ukraine as a military-aged man, so I am presenting from Kyiv. But despite this limitation, I am still highly privileged. I haven't lost my home, I haven't lost my job, my family remains intact, and millions of Ukrainians have had it much worse. Especially those who have died defending Ukraine. Out of the many thousands of fallen Wikimedians, out of the many thousands of fallen Ukrainian defenders, I would like us to honor the 5 Wikimedians who were killed or died defending Ukraine and defending freedom more broadly. You can see them on these 2 slides. So it is Mykola Kravchenko, a historian and Ukrainian Wikipedia contributor who was killed in combat in March 2022. It is Volodymyr Vakulenko, prominent Ukrainian writer and Ukrainian Wikipedia contributor who was killed while in Russian occupation in sometime between March and May 2022. It is Yuri Ushchai, who was a historian, an administrator of Russian Wikipedia and a contributor to Ukrainian Wikipedia, who joined the armed forces and was killed in a Russian shelling in March 2024. It is Valery Samarhey, who died very young in 2024 when he was just 24 years old, and who used to participate in Wikimarathons as a student around 7 years ago. And it is Volodymyr Huwa, who was 30 years old when he died, who was also a Ukrainian Wikipedia contributor and arbitration committee member on Ukrainian Wikipedia and who was part of the armed forces of Ukraine. So let us honor their memory and their sacrifice. But now I want to talk more about now I would like to start with very brief background, just to give you a bit of context on where the war stands today, what is the status of Russia's war in Ukraine right now. So, as I mentioned, the war is in its third year and it shows no signs of ending soon. Right, Ukraine has held up after the most difficult first couple of months, and life goes on despite the war. Businesses are running, people are celebrating birthdays, Wikimedians are gathering for conferences. As you can see on this slide, Wikimedians are gathering to edit Wikipedia in bomb shelters and in other places as well. But it is getting harder as the invaders are trying to wear Ukraine out. So what can we do about it is the topic of my today's session. First, I want to give a bit of recap, a bit of background on the first days and months of the war and the role of Wikipedia in the first days and months of the war. Some of this I presented at previous conferences, but it is useful to have a brief recap. So Wikipedia has been a vital source of information for readers, for millions of people. When Russia started its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, readers were desperately looking for information. So everything from general context of the war to specific life-saving advice. Audiences for all kinds of media, for news media, immediately skyrocketed, and Wikipedia readership also grew quite significantly. But at the same time, increased readership put a strain on the volunteer community. At the very time when Wikipedia was of the least priority to many of the volunteers who were directly affected by the war, who had to flee their homes, who had to save their families. So user activity decreased quite a lot in the first months of the war. So, for example, we saw a 40% decrease year over the year in March of 2022. The situation did become more stable 2 months into the war start, after Ukraine liberated the regions around Kyiv, the capital city. The situation, while remaining difficult, more or less stabilized. The community has been more resilient than one might have feared, despite these challenges, for multiple reasons. Many people have continued to volunteer for Wikipedia while in Ukraine as a way to be useful and keep their mental sanity. We published stories about some of these people in the first days of the war. You can see 2 stories on the slides, and the 2 interviews for these stories of volunteers who continued to edit Wikipedia in the first days of the war. Vyacheslav Mamon and Antonana, both of them are present at Wikimania in Katowice, so you can meet them in person as well if you're there on the ground. But also Ukrainians living abroad doubled down on their activity in the first days and months of the war, which was quite helpful. And there were different forms of coordinated response to the war. Some of the responses included fast-track decisions among the volunteer community. So, for example, we had quite a helpful practice of appointing temporary administrators under a simplified procedure to fight disinformation and vandalism. This practice remains relevant in Ukrainian Wikipedia, and I'm hoping to have a separate session about this, a separate lightning talk at the meeting this year. So you will be able to learn more about that then. And we also had quite a lot of support from the international volunteer community. For example, global administrators helping fight destructive edits on Ukrainian Wikipedia. And there was also quite a lot of institutional support in the first days of the full-scale war. Support from the Wikimedia Foundation, which, for example, overall tech maintenance, we didn't have to worry about hacking attacks impacting Wikipedia in Ukraine, for example, and a lot of other support. Wikimedia Ukraine, the organization I represent, has been working with specific community members to help with specific needs. And we also had quite a lot of support from Wikimedia organizations from Europe and beyond, Wikimedia Poland, Wikimedia Germany, quite a lot of other organizations supported relocation of people, provided information support, and much more. So we are quite grateful for that. So in a nutshell, to sum up, in the first days of the war, there were factors that have helped keep Ukrainian Wikipedia and the community up and running. These factors have been existing structures and barriers, community resilience, and institutional support from both Ukraine and beyond. But I would like to talk more about the situation and challenges today. Today, Wikipedia remains a vital source for people during the war. There are no huge spikes in attention like at the beginning, but there is an appetite for verified information amidst challenged media ecosystem. So, for example, there is a lot of unverified information in Ukrainian in Ukraine's media ecosystem. Telegram channels are quite popular, and not all of them are not all of them have the highest journalistic standards. And Wikipedia is an island of verified information, so to speak, in this context. But at the same time, community members are continuing to be affected by the war and its impact in a lot of ways, both direct and indirect. We conducted a poll for Ukrainian Wikimedians just before Wikimania, and 70% of people from our poll report a reduced ability to contribute compared to the pre-war period. The biggest single reason right now, so this poll reflects the situation as of July 2024. The biggest single reason why volunteers are not able to contribute as much is regular power outages, which are caused by Russian attacks on civilian energy infrastructure. And I will talk more about that in a minute. But other notable reasons why people cannot contribute or can contribute less than before the war are reduced income because of the war and direct impact of the hostilities, right? Direct impact of the Russian military attacks. To illustrate how a power outage looks like, here's a photo of the exact spot I'm speaking with you from right now. My workplace at Wikimedia Ukraine's office in fall 2022, when we had first power blackouts caused by Russian attacks on energy infrastructure. Overall, our research, our polls show that there are four big challenges for Wikimedia community members right now. I just mentioned the first one is power outages. With electric power outages, people have even less time and resources to volunteer for Wikipedia. As one of our respondents put it, if you don't often have power, if you don't often have energy, you have to prioritize your job rather than editing Wikipedia. And there are also indirect impacts. You can imagine going through a heat wave without air conditioning, which has a negative impact on one's cognitive abilities, and as I can personally attest to. And the second challenge is the economic impact of the war. So people report having their income reduced as a result of the economic impact of the war, and that means that they have to work more to make up for lost income. They have more stress. Sometimes it's both, and therefore they have less time and less resources for contributing to Wikipedia. As one person put it quite simply, high stress level impacts my productivity. And then there is also a challenge of relocation. So millions of Ukrainians have had to flee their homes in the first days of the war. And some people have been able to return. So myself personally, I have been able to return to Kyiv 2 months after the start of the war, but 20% of Wikimedians from our poll haven't been able to return home as of July 2024. This means, as one person put it, less free time because they need to to learn a new language, adjust to a new culture. They lack typical support structure from relatives and friends. And there are also other different indirect impacts. So one person said that they lost access to their personal library and archives, which remained in the frontline city of Kharkiv, and this person have had to move abroad. And then the fourth challenge is mobilization, right? People are joining the army, whether voluntarily or men are getting called up, and while some people can still contribute from the army, some people can have vacations and participate in Wikimedia events. It is the exception, not the rule, of course. And since we all know there is a big gender gap in Wikimedia, in the Wikimedia community, something we have been fighting for the last years, but have not been able to overcome, both in Ukraine and worldwide. This has mobilization has a bigger impact, right? Because men are impacted by mobilization more, and this has also had a considerable impact on Wikimedia Ukraine as an organization, as some key people were either caught up or voluntarily joined the army, both in the early days but also in 2024. There are some silver linings to all of this, of course. Just to illustrate, from our poll, one person said that it is because of the war that they joined Wikipedia properly, right? Because they realized it is more important than ever for people to have quick access to information in their native language. It is a boon for Ukrainian Wikipedia, as some people who had contributed to Russian Wikipedia or other language editions before the full-scale war switched to contributing to Ukrainian Wikipedia since the start of the war. And as one person put it simply, editing Wikipedia keeps me together. Editing Wikipedia helps keep mental sanity. It is a welcome distraction in difficult conditions. So there is that. But since the overall situation is quite difficult, I want to talk for a couple of minutes about what can we do and what can help at this point. So the first point I want to make is just how to approach helping, how to think about helping as of 2024, right? As we are in the third year of the war. There are much fewer immediate emergencies today, where people, for example, lose their home right now. It can happen. There are still Russian rocket attacks on Ukraine every day, including on non-front-wide cities, including on Kyiv. So it can happen that people, it can happen that a person loses their home one day, but it doesn't happen at a mass scale in non-front-wide regions and among the Wikimedian community. So what we need to do is we need to think about what it takes to keep volunteer capacity in the long term, in the very long term, in the wake of these four big challenges we just discussed, and maybe some other challenges as well. A note on Wikimedia Ukraine's role. In the early days, we were facilitating direct help to community members immediately affected by the war. And today we've switched more to delivering on our core programs, on our strategy, on our pre-war strategy, which was of course adjusted to the war, but not altered entirely. And we have been helping indirectly. So, for example, giving people new skills, motivating them. Even a scholarship to Wikimania is quite a huge boost. Training educators, developing the educational program, and so on. To be honest, I would love us to do more, but we are also strained, right? We also have a lot of challenges. Wikimedia Ukraine faces the same challenges as the wider community, as I've just discussed. So how can you help? How can people in this room or people watching this online help? The most accessible way to everyone is to help showcase Ukraine as part of your Wikimedia contributions. You can join Wikimedia Ukraine's annual Cultural Diplomacy Month, which is held every year and which will be held in the spring of 2025 next. or you can just write or contribute in about Ukraine in other ways elsewhere. And as a next step, you can help organize this work in your community. Wikimedia Ukraine supports a lot of editathons, a lot of training events for Ukrainians abroad. As you can see, from the Netherlands to the Philippines. And if you have some resources to organize this event, we would be quite grateful. But of course, there is more to life than Wikipedia. What are some other ways you can help? If you can afford it, of course, and I realize many people cannot, but if you can donate money to help Ukrainian Wikimedians, there is one initiative to help document and to document and therefore help formally prosecute Russian war crimes by a team from Kharkiv, including Wikimedian Sergei Petrov. We had a story about him in the Signpost in 2022, which you can read. There is a link in the slides. You can open the slides afterwards and go to the link. And you can learn more about the initiative and you can support it financially. You can support energy independence, right? I just mentioned that power blackouts is the single biggest reason why people cannot contribute as much. So ensuring work during power outages is possible, but it is costly. If you can support that financially, you can reach out to me to discuss. There are my contacts on the slide. And if you can support defense efforts, if you can support Wikimedians in the army, please also reach out to me to discuss that. You can donate your time and expertise, donate your ideas to help Ukrainian Wikimedia Ukraine's work. There are some specific ways to do it. So, for example, Wikilaws Monuments in Ukraine is looking for international volunteers. We'll be looking for international volunteers. If you're interested in that, reach out via email address below. But there are much more ways. There are many more ways, including ways we haven't thought of yet. So you can also reach out to me to discuss if you're interested. And then, of course, nothing would be more helpful than for Ukraine to win this war and to end this war. So if you can help Ukraine more broadly, speak out, voice your support, which is quite important as international attention wanes. If you can donate money more broadly, either for defense purposes or for humanitarian support, if you can afford it, that would be quite helpful as well. Thank you so much. If you have any question, if you have a couple of minutes now, I would be happy to answer questions. If not, please reach out to me online via my contacts, which are on this slide. Okay, can someone let me know whether we still have? Yeah.
Hello. Hello there. First of all, I understand you're presenting remotely. I'm just thankful you're here at all, remotely or otherwise. And one aspect of Wikipedia is sourcing, finding sources, and there's been a great challenge to that environment between data centers being knocked offline and certain forms of content being outlawed by Moscow. And so I'm wondering, are you continuing to run into issues finding sources, or maintaining the integrity of the links already in your articles? And I ask because I work at the Internet Archive and we work on this sort of thing, improving reference integrity on Wikipedia. And I guess my question is there anything more we can do?
Thank you. That's a really great question. I would say we haven't had a lot of issues with maintaining the integrity of sources in Ukraine because there is no government censorship of the internet in Ukraine, right? There might be more issues with that in Russia, where there is quite a lot of government censorship, blocking of the websites. So I wouldn't say that we have that this problem has room to large in Ukraine, but I would be quite happy and interested to discuss whether there is something we can do together. Probably we can connect to this session.
Any others? Okay, then I think that's it. think that's it then.
That's it.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much
Thank you.
for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Well, good. Okay. Don't hear myself too good, but should I go or still waiting or good to go? All right. So welcome, people. Hope we're at the right session, right? Is anybody here from a small group? It's my first question. There's some people here. How small is small? 2 people. Okay, okay, that's small. Anything else? 10. So it's kind of small, yeah? 5. Okay, so you're at the right place, really, right? Because when I look at my group, it's kind of like that, right? We have 4 people, and it's kind of it, right? Anyway, my name is Maciej Grochal, or Jetam2, as my username, right? I come from Slovakia, and our user group is that small. All right, so let's take a look at some of the things. No? Not gonna? Oh, okay, all right, it's a bit short, yeah. Okay, all right, so let's look at some of the things that I think we do kind of okay, and that could perhaps inspire your smaller groups to do things in a different way, more effective way, right? That's kind of the goal of this session here. So just to give you a bit of overview, of course, everybody starts with that, right? We have this executive board. Maybe I'll just close the door here because it's a bit loud. Come in, come in, come in. We have this executive board, which is kind of different from what most organizations in our movement do, right? Usually there's a board that oversees things in a bit of a general sense, and then there's the executive that does things, right? In our case, it's different because the laws of the country are a bit different, right? But it's also different for a bit of a practical reason, right? Let me tell you in a second. The other committee we have is this audit committee that we have to have by law as well. So this audit committee is the body that should check every year or so if the executive committee is doing its job, right? But in practice, well, all of these 2 bodies are basically the whole membership we have, right? So, right, there's like 2 people extra that don't have any kind of function, right? So we could say that, okay, come to our group, you get a function, you get a post, you get to feel important. No, I'm just kidding. But that's what we have to do, right? Okay, members currently 7, okay? Out of those 7, we don't even have people that come regularly, and I'll talk about that in a moment. We still manage to do stuff, right? So that's kind of the mission, the message of this, the mission of this talk, right? Just an example, Wiki Loves Earth. Great stuff. CE Spring, the article writing initiative. Now we're launching another project called Seniors Writing Wikipedia that many other chapters maybe have already done, right? It's a second iteration of it, and I'll talk more about how these 3 can be done in kind of a light way, okay? And there is a soon-to-be reveal that I can't really talk about yet, but we have big plans, so follow our social media later. Okay, so what helps to make things kind of better? How do we work even with those 7 people, but practically 4, 5, maybe 6, right? We have bi-weekly meetings. And when I say meetings, I mean online meetings, right? It's not possible to meet in person. Why? Any guesses? You know it, yeah? Location. Does anybody have the same issue? Pretty much everyone, right? The location of the people is just not the same, right? So you gotta do online. Do you feel that 2 weeks is a good kind of pacing? Not too often, but also often enough? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe your experience is different, but we over time found that the 2-week period is the best, right? We don't want to be too often, but also not, right? Yeah. Okay. One other thing that we should do, and we do, is this strengths and weaknesses kind of thing, right? when you have a very limited number of volunteers, right, it's actually quite easy to know them. Right? That's the advantage of having a smaller group, right? Agreed? Yeah, okay. Some nodders, good. Right? So when you know the strengths and weaknesses, you can kind of push people into areas that align with those strengths and weaknesses. Well, actually, I shouldn't even say push, right? You should inspire people to go into those strengths and weaknesses, right? Oh, sorry, just the strengths, actually, right? Not the weaknesses. Don't push people into weaknesses, right? Does anybody do that? Maybe? No, okay. Right? So there was a time when we had this strategic meeting, and I want to even talk more about that a bit later, but a big part of that meeting was to just do that, right? Look at what the strengths and weaknesses of our little team are, right? So we've got this big kind of A3 or even A2 sheets where we wrote everybody's strengths and weaknesses and interests, actually, as well, right? We could maybe add that as the third thing, right? The strengths, weaknesses, and the interests of the people, right? But capacities, right? So the thing is that we often have this image like, okay, I'm going to volunteer, great, but then life happens, right? I mean, we also saw that with the previous presentation. Life just happens, and you can't really control it often, right? Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, but suddenly, right, oh, I don't have capacity, right? So even when we make the annual plan, right, we kind of have to think about, well, are we going to have the capacity, right? Well, let's see how that works out. So next thing, yes, the strategic meeting that I wanted to mention, right? This was one of the things that we haven't had in a while, or actually we didn't even have at all, right? So after Corona left us, or mostly left us, we were lucky to organize this, and also thank you, Foundation, for giving us a bit of money to organize this. The idea, again, was to find out what the personal goals, interests are, right? Where do people want to go? What would they like to do? What are their strengths and weaknesses, right? And out of that, we try to organize an overview of what the group can do with that, right? What are the group's possibilities out of all these strengths and weaknesses and interests, right? But again, we had to talk about, well, what are the actual capacities, right? What can we put together, right, out of this mosaic, right? And the other thing, we talked about how to do things, right? Like we have the ingredients, right? So now let's talk about the recipe, right? How do you make it happen? That was another thing we did. And then the last thing was actually doing it, right? I don't know if you find it so, but somehow the in-person is better for working. It gets stuff done faster. Do you agree with that? Is that your, yeah, some nodders here too, right? So that's what we found as well. Like when you're there in one kind of room, right, and you're together, you inspire. There's some kind of spark, right? And you're like, oh yeah, let's do it. You know, you don't just say, oh, okay, I'll do it at some point, right? No, you just do it until you are just sad and tired. No. So that was one thing. And so we keep finding out that it is better in person. Right? It's better to meet and do things together. But then, well, we don't really have all that many opportunities to meet up, right? In person. So that's why the online meetings, we come back to that, are actually also quite helpful, right? When we are there live, not like looking at each other, not, you know, sharing the same bread or whatnot, but we are there together at the same time, and we can still inspire each other to do things. It's a lot easier to get inspired like that than to, you know, email each other, be like, okay, I'll do it later, right? So that's that. The good news is that there is funding, right? If you want to host a meetup like that, I believe you can find funding. Yeah. Cool. Any questions so far or anything? All good? Speaking too fast? No? Should I speed up? No? Okay. So let's look at the next thing. One of the things that maybe kind of already talked about, right, is that people kind of like to choose their roles, right? And it doesn't exactly have to be a formal role, right? I talked about how we have this, structure, formal, because it's the law and we have to have it and so on, right? But people still kind of have this tendency to choose a role, informal role, right? Like, yeah, sure, I'm the chairperson, or like I'm the vice chair. What does that really mean, right? People are more likely, oh, I'm the communicator, or I'm kind of the ambassador, or I'm more the social media person, right? And when we talk about those the interests, right? This is where kind of the chairperson, not me, right? This is kind of where I come in, and I look back at those sheets sometimes, right, that we wrote out during the in-person meeting, right? And I'd be like, oh yeah, you said you're good at that, and I see that this project kind of needs it, right? So this is where I try to inspire somebody to kind of go back to the role or to what they like, and it's often successful, I'd say. But sometimes everybody's kind of like, well, okay, I don't want to do much. So this is kind of where we have this informal system where I kind of assign the roles. All right, sometimes. I mean, of course, people have to agree. There's that consent, right? But it is a thing that I kind of have to do in some cases, right? And then when we talked about this with my group, right, yesterday actually, just to kind of get them to agree with what I was saying, I was kind of, not struck exactly, I was kind of surprised by this accountability thing. Because I kind of thought it was given in a sense, right? That when people sign up to do something, they do it, right? But yeah, there actually is a bit of this, like, okay, we need to push people a little bit to actually do what they agreed to do, right? I don't actually have a good recipe for that right now, but I do find myself sometimes in that role that I have to do a little bit of, like, okay, you agreed to do this, and should actually do it because our project depends on it. But of course, if not, well, we shuffle things around. And that's kind of this acceptance of ad hoc that we came to accept, right? When we have the annual plan, and that we agree to do every year and so on, we have all of these nice things that we want to do, right? It looks nice, we have all these competitions, editathons and so on, but what are the actual capacities, right? So we have to accept that the plan that we made, well, is not actually the plan sometimes, right? Or is the plan, but is not the reality. So often we also do this light versions of things. What do I exactly mean by that? Any thoughts? Like we turn more light bulbs on? Not exactly that, no. It's more like we do things kind of in an easier way, or we don't do everything that maybe should happen, but we still kind of do it, right? One of the things that I talked about is the CE Spring, right? It's kind of this regular thing, we've had it for, 8 years or so, right? Where the CE communities, Central Eastern Europe, are supposed to write about each other, right? And what we could do is we could do a massive kind of campaign around it, right? Like a lot of social media and so on and so on. Yes, at some point we just find that we don't really have the strength to do that, right? Or this year we might not, next year we might have, right? So we just don't do all that stuff. We just set up the landing page, announce it maybe, but we don't like push it, for example, right? Or if you have a competition that, that collects pictures, right? Sometimes you have a jury, right? And you make it really into a competition. Like you have jury members that look at pictures, give them marks and so on, and somebody wins, right? Maybe you can make that into a lighter version, right? Yeah. One other thing we really need to do when we're a small group like that is like really learn from the mistakes we make before, right? And I will mention one project that we did that kind of, was a good idea, but didn't quite work out, right? So we'll, should be the next slide. But we can also think about how we can actually scale operations a bit, right? If you mobilize those 7 people, right, maybe you could do something better than having, or not better, but bigger than having 4 people, right? It's still possible, and with some support. So let's look at one thing. And, well, okay, let's actually go to this and then come back, okay? So, a tale of 2 senior projects, right? It's a short tale, short story, right? How we were once kind of approached by a library in central Slovakia, right? Well, approached. We had some contact with them before. We were thinking of doing a project. It didn't work out. So after a while, they were like, okay, so how about we do this instead, right? And we're like, oh, yeah, sure. Let's do some seniors writing kind of project, right? So get seniors in, teach them about how Wikipedia works, how to edit, and so on. Sounds good, right? So it was a project that was, like, we thought had a lot of potential, right? We advertised and so on, but it didn't work out so well. And when we were thinking about why, what was the problem? One of the problems was that this library was situated in a city where we had 1 person, 1 Wikimedian, right? 1 person is not enough to do a project like that, right? It's not enough to have 1 person in the classroom or in the workshop room to do this teaching, right? The learning that should happen needs probably 3 people, right? We planned for 2, so we had to travel. 1 person had to travel into the city, which took quite a bit of time, right? And as we're volunteers, well, right, it doesn't quite make sense for 1 volunteer to travel for 5 hours somewhere, teach for an hour and a half too, and then travel 5 hours back, right? So okay, we're like, okay, so we'll have accommodation, right? So we ended up spending like 80% of the budget on the accommodation of these volunteers that came to this library that wanted to do this thing, right? So the geography of our membership was kind of the issue or the challenge. So when I look at things, we started doing this, not a partner-based thing, but a volunteer-based thing, right? So instead of receiving offers, so to speak, from partners saying, we want to do stuff with you, we try to focus on the volunteers and what they can do, and then try to reach out to the partners that we can partner with, right? So that's what I'm talking about with the partner versus volunteer choice here, right? And when we want to do this kind of seniors writing Wikipedia project this year, that's what we did. First, we sat down and we talked about what are the availabilities, the capacities of the people, who is interested, who is actually into this project, right? Like we have people are, some are like, yes, of course, we need to do this, right? So immediately I feel like it's a lot better. The atmosphere is better. The project is working better. The enthusiasm is better, right? When we go back here, right, I just wanted to say that it's great to reach out to your local hub, right? In our case, it's the CE hub. And they really were helpful, right? Not even just financially, right? A bit of finance here, a bit of finance there, with these little projects, but also in terms of the advice, right? So if you're a small group, try to do that, right? I don't know where you are from exactly, right? But there might be a hub that is close to you that you can get in touch with and you can communicate with, right? There's also the foundation that can send money to you, and you can have grants, of course, you know that. I know the situation lately has been a bit questionable maybe, right? But they are still there. But still, I find that it is good, and it's good to try to have your own source of money. That is not those two, right? Why do I say that? In our case, we have this government scheme where people can send 2% of their income tax to us, right, or to a chosen NGO, right? Why is that good? I think it's good to have a little bit of money just to do things that need like instant doing, right? If there's a meeting, for example, that you need to go and you need to pay for the travel, right? It's good to do it like immediately, right? When we have this, rapid grant from the foundation, it's not exactly that rapid, right? So it's good to have this rapid source that you can have. You don't have to email anybody for permission. You just have it, right? So that would be my little bit of advice here. That's mostly it from me. Is there anything you would like to ask about or comment about or extend the conversation anyway? Feel free to. We have 3 minutes as far as I can see there.
3 or 4 minutes, that's fine. Just raise your hand if anyone has questions.
Or any tips that maybe your group has for the rest of us. Feeling inspired already? Maybe? Okay, well, in any case, if you wish to stay in touch, my details are here. Take a picture or something. Or we can talk at lunch or whenever time you grab me at the conference. Okay, cool.
That should be it then.
All right, thank you. Enjoy the conference.
Hello. My name is Victoria. My username is Victoria, and my full name is Victoria Dornina. And today I will be talking about bringing a fork to the drone fight. So, what is a fork? Most of you will know that forking is creating a copy of the existing content or software and developing it independently. And Russian Wikipedia started to be copied almost from the start in 2001. And the forks are called encyclongs after early copying that automatically replaced wiki with encyclo. Therefore, Vikings became encyclongs. So here I have a Viking or encyclo fighting the drone. So Russian Wikipedia was opened in 2001 with an article about Russia, the birthplace of the elephant. At the moment, it has about 2 million articles, and in the 7th place in the number of articles, and 12th place by the size of the articles. Right, so the first encyclong, which was opened in 2008, and it's called Tradition, and it's a Russian encyclopedia, is a network project that exists to create, collect, and organize knowledge in the interest of the Russian nation. So you can imagine what sort of content is there. Also, I want to tell you that you see that many forks are drifting in the direction which doesn't make them encyclopedias in the strict sense anymore. For example, Tradition contains articles by one author, and it can be just their opinion. So they have 41,000 of encyclopedic and 8,000 of authors' articles. And in July, it had 2,600 views. So if you don't want that it exists, you wouldn't ever find it, and it's only that we know that exists, and it is the longest running one. But they even didn't translate the interface. So it's a true Russian content using bad Western technology. This is a more recent fork called Universalis, and that's how it looked like a year ago. It was created by a splinter group of Wikipedians. One of them was a Czech user, a bureaucrat, and he was in the Russian Wikipedia almost from the start. He also didn't hide that he is a former KGB colonel. So it was logical that he decided to splinter, and again, this project does not try to hide its ideology. So it said hosted in Russian servers and complied with Russian laws. It had more than Russian Wikipedia articles because they copied 19th century encyclopedias, and it had 1 and 2 million visits in June. So at the moment, it has 3 million articles and texts, 7 million files and articles, and there are millions of visits to it. Again, these fork projects, they often start as a copy of Wikipedia, and then they start incorporating other Wikimedia projects, so-called sister projects, such as Commons, they have their own files, Wikisource, they have texts that are in their common use. But you will see that this is a familiar interface, featured article, do you know, and then special military operation. which is the war, but they insist on calling it that. But this is a private project run by a group of volunteers. As we see with tradition, it can be stable, but it doesn't have enough. The more worrying one, and which was opened with much fanfare, was Ruwika. And Ruwika is an informal name of Russian Wikipedia. Like English Wikipedia is called in Russian Anglovika. But they took the name, and the Wikimedia's community was quite upset about it. And Dr. Bag or Vladimir Medeyko, who used to be director of Russian Charter, was removed as a director, and he was indefinitely blocked because he tried to crush Wikimania in Singapore. At the moment, the Russian Charter is dissolved because it was declared a foreign agent, and unfortunately the next director of it, Stas Kozlovsky, was also declared a foreign agent, which means that they have less civil rights, and he was fired from his job as well. So when it's open, it declared convenience, opens, neutrality, reliability, and I thought, wow, this is great. Why couldn't we do it? You know, and it offered that there will be no conflicts between editors as well. Again, dream come true. So a year later, it's still there. There are some additional articles, but you can see that the interface is completely different. Now it looks like more a news portal where you have different tiles for different events, and these are articles. And also, when they declared about opening this project, the question was, are they going just to copy Russian Wikipedia or other languages which are people who live small languages on the territory of Russian Federation? And they did that in about, if I'm not mistaken, 12 main languages: Tatar, Bashkir. There is several articles about it in the press recently, what happened to it a year later. And generally, they didn't make it better, as they said. They take Wikipedia and then they start censoring it. They start removing, because cutting is always easier than making something new. So LGBT rights, Soviet history and war of Ukraine, the articles are edited. Then historical events such as execution of Polish officers and cutting. The Soviet Union never admitted it, and now they say it was not done by Soviet soldiers. And Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who died in prison, is called a blogger. So in August 2023, editors registration was open. They have volunteers and paid editors. They have 122 admins, which are recruited via ads on Russian recruiting websites. They're currently looking for editors in economics, medicine, as well as software engineers. And most edits are done during working hours, so it's mostly paid editors that are working on it. So another dream come true. Almost every Wikipedian dreams about getting money for their job, and now there is a possibility. Of course, it comes with caveats. You will not work on pictures, on articles about painting. You will just remove all the recent information that contradicts to what Russian government does, if you want to do that. Also, there is an associated media campaign. So paid trolls write glowing reviews on social media and on the Russian search engine Yandex. And you know, fake reviews, they all have the same word. This is the best site ever. I liked it very much. So all the sources show that it's a bank, Внешторг Bank, which supports it. So, and they've spent 5 million. And you would say, oh, well, for 5 million, they have this wonderful site, and Wikimedia Foundation is spending 180 million. But this is a small person standing on the shoulders of the giants. They use MediaWiki, they use all the support, and then they go and cut parts out of it and get good money for it. Right. They not only have ads on the internet. This is a billboard in Rostov-Don, and it says New Internet Encyclopedia, and there is a fun fact. Gorky Seta was built in the shape of tractor. Ruwiki, and you know where you find out. Right. There is a recent article in Gazeta.ru, interview with Vladimir Medyko, where he says that we launch advertising. They will have native banners. So another dream come true, but I don't know whose dream, that you will have their ads. And they advertise it like your personal portal into the world of knowledge. So you will be able to customize, to choose the fonts, to choose what you are shown, but in response, as a payment for that, you will be shown banners. And as my colleague Lorenzo Loza told, that if you try to do too many things, you probably won't do them well. They decided to go this way and convert Wikipedia into a media portal. I don't know. Another news, there is an electronic version of the Great Russian Encyclopedia, which is an equivalent of Encyclopedia Britannica, but Encyclopedia Britannica never had anything to do with the government. It's a private organization, this company. Here, they started from Soviet Encyclopedia, and it's a newpedia. So you have academics that write articles, then it goes through several cycles of editing, and it's and I know that some Wikipedians wrote for it. It's also paid, so but they usually didn't leave the Russian Wikipedia. So the project was suspended because they decided to discontinue funding from the Russian government. Is it connected to Ruwika? Yes, probably, but Wikipedians were supporting Great Russian Encyclopedia. There was on the forum, there was an attempt to write a petition in support of it, but petitions in Russia do nothing. They don't care. They decided that Ruwika is a better vehicle for their government propaganda than verified, written by academic, good, great Russian encyclopedia. Right. So what do we see in the result of the search? This is search for a Ukrainian city, and similar results for several other searches, I don't think. It's the Russian search engine, Yandex, and you see that there is Wikipedia first, then there is translation of English Wikipedia, and then we have Google News, a popular blog about history that has resumed. Then we have Russian Encyclopedia, and here is Ruwika with, I don't know how recognizable this green and purple logo. So they made a progress because a year ago they were somewhere on the third page of the search. Now they're on the first page of the search, but still behind Wikipedia. But the question, of course, is they're paying the editors. So would they disrupt and destroy the Russian community. And this is comparison with German Wikipedia, European encyclopedia, relatively mature. I don't know, maybe there is a better model, but that's what I thought of. So the Russian Wikipedia is in blue and German is red. So during the last year, total page views is down by 20% in Russian Wikipedia. Edits, 10% down. New registered users down, and net buys difference down. But if you look at German Wikipedia, it's less pronounced, but it's the same trend. All these parameters are going down, and it's probably connected to the AIs and other sources when people are not accessing Wikipedia directly, but through Alexa and other devices. Right. What is interesting is that the number of unique devices is more than twice that access Wikipedia than in Germany. So I have no explanation to it. Obviously, not every Russian suddenly has 5 laptops or mobiles. And there are also data which are not there because we don't have change in active editors. So basically, some people left because I know people who were unhappy with what's happening in Russian Wikipedia, and they loudly banged the door and said, I'm going to Wiki, and I will be paid for it. But in general, there is no change. And the total media request, again, both in Russian Wikipedia and German Wikipedia, there is no change. So I can also say, yes?
Just a remark, could it be that in Russia more VPNs are used, and that actually explains why more unique devices are?
So the question is it explains VPNs? That was my hypothesis as well. But I talked to some tech people, and they say that VPN is not enough. You need to clear cookies every time, and your browser remains the same. So unless there was a question about scrubbers. Maybe it's scrubbers that come and take it. So maybe it's Wiki which gives us 20%, but I don't know. I would be happy to hear your hypothesis. Right. This is for if you want to access the slide, it shows. These are sources. And thank you.
Any questions? Just raise your hand. Okay, you have one.
How is the original Russian Wikipedia going on, because they don't have many active editors now?
I wouldn't say that the number of editors is approximately the same. So we have fewer admins because many Russian admins who actually live in Russia, they gave the flag away, right? But I wouldn't say that there is fewer people. At the moment, there is summer, so there is less activity. But another graph that I could have included was the number of good and featured articles that were elected, and it's on the trend. It's not flat for some reason. It's an interesting graph. Year after year, it goes in cycles like that. So, and now we are at the smaller end of the cycle. So the question is, will it go back? Will it stay flat? Will it go down? And as a long-term editor in these projects, I can see some new people coming in, some old people coming back after 10 years, but that's normal. Yes, so I don't see, I watch for the signs that, yes, this is the end of the project. I will be the last person and I will switch the lights off.
You would say it's relatively stable.
I would say that it's relatively stable. So in the last year, because when the Ruwika was opened in the last year, I wouldn't say that there is a significant decline on any parameter, except you see the readers. And so you see that the new registered users, that's where it's the biggest drop. Because people are probably afraid. Many people don't know that Wikipedia is not blocked in Russia. That's another interesting question, why it's not blocked. Even after opening Ruwika, because everybody was in crisis mode and was expecting that it will be blocked. It's not blocked yet, but as usual, any day now.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, just a minute.
So now, given that the Russian government had finally dared to block such a giant as YouTube, now is the possibility of blocking original Russian Wikipedia increased? Is the possibility that it will be blocked increased? Are there any signs that they are preparing for it?
There are signs. There were some outages in some regions which can be considered as a preparation for the blockage. And yes, of course, it's the last site standing, so to say, of the free and corrupt Western thinking. But we don't know. As of today, it's not blocked. Or as of yesterday, I edited it. Don't know what happened today.
Okay.
As a native English speaker, I studied Russian in college for 4 years and consider it my best second language. Would you encourage people like me who live outside Russia, who are pretty good second language Russian speakers, or at least writers, to take up the slack a little bit in the Russian Wikipedia to help that community?
Small edits only, for a start, because we have people who are trying to edit Russian Wikipedia and the language is not second, third language. And the problem is that the standard is quite high. And because it's a mature Wikipedia, so people are suspicious of the newcomers. This is one of the reasons as well. But small edits are always welcome. English is not my first language, and I edit English Wikipedia carefully sometimes. So of course you are welcome. If you have any problems, Victoria, find me.
So for RuWiki, the main reason is for the fork is political oppression, I guess, but it also seems to be test how monetization works with the encyclopedia. Is that right?
I think it's not only that. Medeiko, he wants to use AI more in general. He said that it will be more incorporated better than in the normal Wikipedia. And he is a programmer, he can do it. The main reason for opening it, of course, money. He gets very good salary, they have a plush office in Moscow and everything. As I say, almost every Wikimedian dreams of earning money. He was earning some small little money, almost nothing, as a director of Russian chapter. And here suddenly he can do it full time, get good salary, get good salaries for his friends and colleagues, and be an important person. He's being interviewed in the press. He talks to important people. And frankly, I don't know if they have millions of US dollars, which is much more than Russian money, from the bank. Why do they even need ads? I think that it will turn people away. as you see, the original content doesn't have any ads. And then suddenly you're shown ads. Would you trade it for having your own favorite font? I don't think so. But we'll see. It's a great experiment. I'm watching with interest.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. Does Russian Wikipedia community have any action plan in the case of blockage?
Yes, we do. We've been under this threat for the last 2 years, and now we have plans.
Okay. So
I would be happy to talk to people after the session. I see there's probably last question in the room.
Okay, go for
it. Is the Russian population in general aware of this clone issue? I mean, given that Wikipedia is pretty popular and famous.
Well, some of them are aware, I'm sure. If you have billboards, then if you have interviews in the press and everything. But I believe that general population just clicks on the first link, whatever you do. As much as you advertise on social media, but you click on the first link.
Okay, I think that's about it. Thanks very much.
Okay, I think we're gonna start now. Cool. Thanks a lot. Hi, everybody. Thanks very much for joining us. And if anyone's online, thank you as well for joining. My name is Sam Patton. I'm a senior manager on the online fundraising team at the Wikimedia Foundation. I work with many amazing people to run our fundraisers, which means banners and emails and every means that we can think of to communicate with Wikipedia's readers online and encourage them to give. But today we're going to really focus on the banners we show on site. So just an introduction to banner fundraising. First off, a banner is just our term for the appeal that you have surely seen on Wikipedia. It's a message that is injected. We use a media wiki extension called Central Notice to do it. There are many volunteers, Central Notice admins, who also use Central Notice for a variety of banners related to editathons and Wiki Loves contests. We use them to fundraise. And you might not know that 99% of Wikimedia Foundation's donors originate as banner donors. Maybe that's very plausible to you because the essential value proposition we've relied upon over all these years is that if you find Wikipedia valuable as a reader, you should donate a little bit. And that's really effective. We've been able to cultivate millions of donors online. We run banner fundraisers in more than 30 countries in 20 languages. The localization process is a critical component to our banner fundraising. And then each fundraiser we run is a series of A/B tests. And you've been hearing that probably in other sessions today. You know, an A/B test is just a scientific method of randomizing an audience, showing them a couple different treatments, and then evaluating the performance of those treatments. And all of our fundraisers in all of those countries are really a series of A/B or even larger variant tests designed to help us optimize towards our key metrics and optimize based off feedback we get. So today, I just really invite everybody as we get into it to not be shy, to share your feedback. We are always limited by the quality of the ideas we have and our ability to connect with valuable users, and that's you. So any suggestion or opinion, there's no such thing as a bad question today. There's no such thing as a bad comment. It all will add to our understanding of where we are and where we should be going. So I really want to sit, and this is not designed to be a speech. It's designed to be a discussion. I'm just going to sit and show you what we call our control banner. And that's that. So the control, obviously just from the scientific terminology, is what you would call the standard banner that we run a test against and then evaluate whether that test performed better or worse than the control. This is a typical banner. This is what we would call our desktop large banner. When you're in a given fundraiser, we typically serve this banner first, and then we move you to a series of small banners. We do occasionally reset and show another large banner later points in the campaign. I'm just going to give you a minute to look at it. You see it's comprised of a big green messaging space, and then there's also an embedded form with a lot of functionality. I'm just going to switch and just give you a minute to actually read the text. Maybe I'll just read it in case that helps with anyone's comprehension. And then I just want to invite your reactions. So I'll read it top to bottom. Wikipedia still can't be sold. August 7th, an important update for readers in the United States. Please don't scroll past this 1-minute read. We're sorry to interrupt, but it's Wednesday, August 7th, and this message will only be up for a few hours. We ask you to reflect on the number of times you visited Wikipedia in the past year, and if you're able to give $2.75 to the Wikimedia Foundation. If everyone reading this gave $2.75, we'd hit our goal in a few hours. In the age of AI, access to verifiable facts is crucial. Wikipedia is at the heart of online information, powering everything from your personal searches to emerging AI technologies. Your gift strengthens the knowledge of today and tomorrow. If Wikipedia is one of the websites you use most, and if the knowledge you gain here is valuable, please give $2.75. Every contribution helps. Every edit, Every gift counts. What do you think? Please. Could maybe someone give you the microphone just in case there are people online who want to hear too?
Yes, I think to catch the attention of people, a word of text is not the most practical thing. Maybe you could try to see if you can have some way to have the tool to detect if the bandwidth is enough to display an image that would be also catching beside the text. So they can really be interested to look at the text and not just click past it or click or just over the text close and tick the cross. And also another interrogation is about where is the mention of the community?
Sure.
Because I already discussed with a journalist about it was more French journalist, but yeah, because I'm based in France, but I'm still contributing to Wikipedia in English, and they often just think about the founders, and they never think about how it's currently handled by the community and where the money actually goes, and the message doesn't show anything for where the money can go for like grants or to help. For example, for Wikimedia France, it will be microfunding to buy books and reference to perfect articles on Wikipedia in French. So maybe we could do something for English.
Nice. I really appreciate you starting off the questions or comments. So let me back up for a second. You just think generally we need more graphics, too much text. Do you already have an idea for what kind of graphic you think would apply to this kind of banner?
I think it could be some kind of vector graphic or some kind of picture of someone already using the font to do workshops or things like that.
Nice. So like an impact picture showing where the money supports, kind of.
Or on other NGOs say, oh, this children is being fed, or children are being sent to school, but more like the money actually used for this, and we see the situation in which it's used.
Nice. Yeah.
Or even just you see this new picture, this new improvement we got last year, the cool improvement on MediaWiki. Not without saying MediaWiki, you say we just brought to you dark mode. It's thanks to your money or things like that.
Nice. That's awesome. Could I get a quick show of hands? Who agrees with the idea that we should be emphasizing the volunteer contributions more? People resonate with that? I think that's something I often worry over in terms of wanting to center the idea that the revenue goes to the foundation, but it's very, kind of heartening to know that there'd be more room to talk about the volunteers, which is obviously important. I think you've got a question, and then maybe if anyone wants to build off that, they could do that after.
There is that one of the things that I myself will be more engaged is like also having different campaigns like inside of Wikipedia. And I will be more interested about the same approach that I see. There's a lot of a problem that people don't see where the money is going. Like you can just emphasize, let's say like even, I don't know, the server space costs that much millions, your donations help to cover that. All of those things or even, and linking it more like those things held locally. One of the things that I do is Wikiscience competition. Very difficult to get all of those banners for that kind of local events, like you have like image competitions or article competitions or some whatever events happening locally. You have some banners, but those banners are not really maybe linked to, let's say, like, but you can also provide a donation. So if people say like, okay, maybe I'm not going to participate with an article or show up in this meeting, I can just donate money. And this is also one way to show like where actually the money is going, where is it needed. I think there's really a lot of this problem, like no one really understands why are you asking donations, and you can emphasize more of this good work that is being done, and this is one way to also show what those local communities do.
Nice. I really appreciate both those points, and not to close the loop, but just to confirm, I think that there are things we can act off. If you're looking at this, that middle paragraph, where right now we're talking about AI, that is a space in which there's a lot of flexibility in the educational messaging we provide. And there's a lot of room to experiment more with where your donation goes. We're talking about the volunteer contributions. I actually also want to point out something to you. I don't think you can see it very well. Down in the small print, there's a little link that says other ways to give. And we've been working on treatments that basically move that small print back further into the banner. It doesn't need to be there on the first load. It gives us more space for secondary actions, and we'd really like to start emphasizing other actions than giving, because I think there are many, 98% of banner impressions don't lead to a gift. And so we would love to experiment more with encouraging people who maybe aren't in a position to donate to consider a volunteer action. And I think that that's something that we'll be experimenting with in the next 6 months. Yeah. Oh, and sorry, sorry, if you don't mind, we'll get back. Yeah, no problem.
Just to emphasize what was mentioned by our colleagues here, if I see this message for the first time, I thought that I have lapsed my online subscription or something that or GDPR or something. I would really request that it could be visually appealing, like what my colleague had mentioned, that a donation would definitely make an impact in, let's say, in sub-Saharan Africa, that they're doing an editathon. And probably you could consult someone who is expert in visual identity. Thank you.
Gotcha. Yeah, appreciate the feedback.
I think the last sentence,
would it help to maybe, I'll go to this view, might be a little bit easier.
Wikipedia is one of the websites you use most, and if the knowledge you gain here is valuable, please give $2.75. I think that's not so good, because maybe there are people who don't have this money, but they still think it's valuable. Can answer the one thing with true, but can't give that. So I think that should be written in a more neutral way. I would say just say, please donate if you want to. You can find the financial information about the Wikimedia Foundation. I think that would be enough for me, at least.
Gotcha. Can you think of a rewrite for that sentence?
Yeah, I would write a very, very short banner. I would just write Wikimedia Foundation is looking for funds for donations, and I would like the Wikimedia Foundation is hosting the Wikimedia projects, also this Wikipedia version, you see the banner, and then if you can find financial information about the Wikimedia Foundation, if you want to, you can donate. I think that would be enough for me, at least. I think that would be, I would like such a way more, as it is not playing too much with feelings of people. Just they can decide on their own if they want or not.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I really appreciate that feedback. And I know, and there's more discussion. Maybe my thoughts. We have done testing where we maintained the height of the banner, but cut the text. And often you can get a similar performance from less copy. And in fact, for a few years, I had adopted a shorter banner only to feel that was a mistake, because I had cut out whatever educational messaging we had included at the time. And so I've become a proponent of making space for a message. Doesn't have to be AI, but maybe it could be more about the volunteer work. But then I would just say generally, I really appreciate that feedback, and also have to obviously admit that this is marketing. There's an emotional element to it, and generally it's hard, the drier the message, I feel the less emotional resonance there would be when someone is getting an impression for the first time with all the ignorance we understand most readers have about how the back end works. And so I think I would just advocate for a message that does try to distill down some thesis for how we work, but I really appreciate your specific suggestions for what the focus could be. Yeah.
I mean, I also I really value this part of emotional. It has to be there, otherwise, why should I care? It's because it has to first get the people engaged, and without that, we don't have any contribution from there, is it monetary or otherwise. But I would might more go in this kind of direction, just let's say a simple question: do you know how Wikipedia works? And from there, you can go both of those ways, that there is this voluntary part, how you can look more like how you can write an article, edit an article, improve an article, deal with your local community, do some even, is it code or images, and so on. And the other side, like, but if you don't maybe have time to contribute like that way, you can always give some money, because again, servers and also like explain why you need the money. But again, this kind of thing, like, do you know how Wikipedia works? I think is something that we really need to explain more. And that kind of banners, for me at least, I've been a bit dissatisfied that over the years we have not used it to really educate the public. Like, we are using those banners, but we are not doing the work to show how Wikipedia actually works. At the same time, even with the new design, yes, it looks prettier, but it's really for readers. But if they don't see there is this edit option more visible, then in the long run, we may be actually reducing the number of potential new people coming in and editing. And that's the reason why, for instance, like Freedom for the new design, it hides away some of those capabilities. And in this case, especially, it would be valuable to have those banners to indicate that, yes, this editing is possible. We can show you how it works. It's simple. You can do that.
I appreciate that. I like that a lot. The idea of like an engagement banner, a survey banner that could even run before you get something like this is a neat idea we've been kind of kicking around. Anyone else? I would love for anyone, any new voice. Anybody got a comment or a suggestion? Don't be shy. Don't be shy to ask a question or ask why we do things one way or the other. Yes, please.
So I was thinking about the value or the suggestion we're giving to $75. That it also might be. I mean, regarding yours, that it might. I think that we also need to remember that people can give more, and that if we give a suggestion that is. If you don't give a suggestion, they might not give anything at all. And that if they think that maybe they had a higher amount that they thought of, but then they see it to 75 and they like, okay, I settle for that. So it's important to give kind of a message that attracts everyone that wants to donate, so that everyone can give, I guess.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I don't mean, none of my responses are meant as rebuttals, more I just love this. And so maybe I'd offer, in extensive testing, mentioning a numeric, we call it an anchor, 275, overwhelmingly will earn more revenue because you're taking away that choice. And obviously we have optimized towards a very low anchor. I think we have the exact challenge you're mentioning. And even, let's say, in this example market of the US, we have a donor base. Some of our donors have been giving for 10 years. Many of them can give at a higher level, maybe if even their own personal wealth has increased. We can't do any targeting on Wikipedia to those donors so that they see a different anchor. And so we have kind of optimized towards a vastly generic anchor. And I feel that you're right that there's an opportunity to try to create more nuance for people who could do more.
One option also for anchoring is, for instance, like in Estonian, the last printed encyclopedia would have cost roughly 1,000 euros. So again, this is one option about like anchoring it. You don't need to like, I'm asking this, but do you know that the printed volume of encyclopedia would roughly cost you 1,000 euros? And Wikipedia, well, it's kind of more convenient, isn't it? But so we're like only asking for 50. And but there are also smaller amounts available, and you're anchoring it for a very high price, asking significantly less. And I think something like this could also at least be A/B tested. Will it work better?
It's a neat idea. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I thought so too. Yeah. Do you feel like talking about any of that, Peter? I'd love for you to. Peter is our lead developer.
So you can see on the right we have different amounts, with $275 being the lowest and $100 being the highest. We don't get too many $100 donations, but just having that option there allows people to give that if they like, and it also slightly moves other people up because they see, oh, some people are giving 100. We also mention in that form there the average donation in the United States is around $13. Yeah, we calculate that for every country. So that gives people an idea of what they might want to give as well, if they wanted to give more. And then the other thing is, as Sam said, like once someone has given once, we then will send emails to them in future years, and that is an opportunity to maybe upgrade people a bit more as well, and see if you have a lot more space in an email to try and upgrade people, see if they would be willing to give more.
Nice, please. Seden's got something to add in.
Hi, I'm Seden. I think one of the things that's just worth highlighting is what other nonprofits do with their forms in terms of where they are anchoring. So I'm currently looking at the British Red Cross website. Their minimum donation amount that they provide on the form on their website is £25, which is where they're starting at. So we do provide a much bigger range than other nonprofits. Oxfam, the minimum amount is again £25. So I think we do a pretty good job of catering to as wide a possible audience, opening up those lower amounts for people, but also providing those bigger amounts if people want to. So yeah, it's an interesting comparison. So
yeah, I appreciate that. And I'd just like to say, like, your point around the people I worry more about are not the millionaires who might give $275, even though they exist. It's the people for whom $275 is a barrier. And this isn't a paywall. It's not designed to block you. And the tension of encouraging enough people who can give to give versus not dissuading people who should be using the site, and that is more than sufficient. That's a real tension for me. I'd maybe speak to the fact that over the years, we have sometimes emphasized, again, 98% of readers don't give. Please be the rare exception. Most don't give, they just scroll away. And we've removed that language, and we've been encouraged to remove that language. And I think of that as very righteous. And I would just say there is a real desire on my part to just try to understand how people could walk away from this banner without feeling guilty. Yes, please.
I have a question about the line, the link with other ways to use. I think it should be under the please select a payment method.
Yeah, like right here?
Yes, yeah. Because it's designed to, it's a link to use to give money, but this with the inside the part where you give money.
Yeah, I like that. I agree. Literally, I agree. And we have a bunch of designs that are meant to create more space for secondary actions. There's abundant space to see that we will still maintain a giving stream while opening people up to other actions.
And also, the less links you put in the small text under it, then it will be less tall. And it also means it will fill up better the empty blank space I see on the corner bottom right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good feedback. I'm just going to move forward for just a second, maybe to dig in a little bit more. We worked with editors who participate in what we call our feedback pages, as well as the comms department, to unveil that middle paragraph messaging around the age of AI. And we know that doesn't translate everywhere. We've already heard from some people really suggesting that we talk more about the volunteer contributions. Is there any other theme for a general readership that you feel would really resonate that we could pull into the banner?
From experience, I noticed there are a lot of people involved with the sharing of knowledge in general, and they are actually in local initiatives and local associations about local history, heritage, or local environmental or traditions, things like that. They are usually digitally illiterate, and or they just know how to use Word and emails, And I think it would be a good idea to try out to see how local you can go to, whether in targeting or whether in the wording, to incentivize this kind of people to give, and so they can have some kind of reach about how you can word the language about here is how Wikipedia helps to save or talk about local heritage you also care about.
And so, just so I'm understanding correctly, you think you would advocate for localized messaging and that actually being part of the appeal? Like, these things happen, your money supports these things. That's how you see it?
Yes, and I think also these people are more used to give money because they also have a membership to an association. So these people can also help. And but of course, it won't be the only kind of targeting possible, because I'm aware some people just go to Wikipedia to like about a TV series or anime series. So yeah, it's not for everyone, but for the banner, it might be worth to give a try if you also can associate this with actual examples from the local community, for example, in the USA, that were very useful to push publicly on Wikipedia local content about local like art. If there were glam initiatives that really are really interesting to promote and to give a highlight on this, to prove that it's useful. We partnered with this museum and we helped to promote this kind of local content you might also care about, things like that.
Nice. Yeah. I love that idea. I'd even speak to, I don't have a slide for it, but increasingly on our thank you page, which admittedly you have to give to get to it.
Yeah.
But increasingly on the thank you page, we've been highlighting the work of the affiliates in the given country. And I agree, it's something we could potentially pull forward in the flow.
Yes, yes. I think something. I don't know if there are technical limitations, but yes, it might be useful. Maybe with the location, just the if you get if the system gets some kind of location from the the data from the browser, maybe you can also some kind of regionalizing of the kind of messages you could try to display.
Nice. I really appreciate that suggestion. What about anyone else? Yeah, and please. And I'd also just encourage again, if you happen to be in the room, there must be a reason you're in the room. Why don't you ask a question?
I wish the current statistics about the status of a fundraising campaign, so that people know how much has been donated since the starting of the campaign. I have seen that there have been in the past statistics provided. I have looked at dumps.wikidata, wikimedia.org, and I have found some files from 2010 or something like that, but since then I have not found something. Yeah, so I think that would be great if you, I think it could be possible to provide a daily status about how much has been donated.
Yeah, that's very timely. Especially if you look back, we mention this very effective line. If everyone reading this gave $2.75, we'd hit our goal in a few hours. And we've been getting a lot of active suggestions to extrapolate that, explain better what the goal was, what the progress was. I think there's a lot of good designs we can lean on that. Wikimedia Deutschland runs their own banners, and they prominently feature a goal thermometer element that I feel we began exploring. And honestly, from my side, coming from the perspective that the people who see this know almost nothing about the background, I ran focus groups in my hometown in North Carolina, and we asked, and we cultivated existing donors to come to them, and we asked them, how much do you think it costs to run Wikipedia? They said, $1 million, maybe $500,000. And so sometimes I think the need to in a single message, start tapping someone into this vast ecosystem is daunting, but I appreciate the encouragement. I think we can do it, and I think we need to back up that idea of if we mention a goal, there should be a sense of progress. What about anyone else? And I guess I just encourage you, maybe particularly the examples from the US. If you, many people in this room, I bet, don't live in the US. And I'm just kind of curious if you have a sense of what you feel readers in your location need to know. We've talked about volunteers. We've talked about the foundation. Is there something else? Yeah, and I guess I just, hey, maybe, yeah, please. Yeah, we just love, what if we come back to? Yeah, I'd love suggestions on that.
Hi, Sam. Kasi speaking here. Since you asked for a perspective from other geographies.
Please.
So, born and raised in Brazil, I currently live in the Netherlands. And to the point that you both spoke earlier today, I found it super interesting last week when I went through the flow of donation that at the end, I was taken into the work that's being done by Wikimedia Netherlands. So I was like, oh, maybe I should have known this earlier. Maybe I would have donated even more because it's local. It feels very close to my reality. So I just want to reinforce that messaging because definitely if it feels closer to home, I assume it's more likely I would be willing to donate. When I think about the things I appreciate, because of course it's easy to criticize, but the things I appreciate is really the absence of that alarming message. You mentioned United States. As someone who comes from a different culture, who lives in a third culture, which is oftentimes I find language stemming from the United States to be hyperbolic and everything is big and explosive. And so I appreciate that that is not the case. Steering away, as you mentioned as well, from like, oh, there's this majority of people who ignored this, but would you please be this minority? So I found it super cool. I find the call out on artificial intelligence actually quite smart. Because when I think about the lay people in my life who've been keen on learning more about Wikipedia, they do establish this connection of like that feeding into regurgitative artificial intelligence like ChatGPT and stuff. So I found that cool. And I had a fourth point, which I just forgot, but that's fine. I can always ask for the microphone again.
Please.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for the feedback. Please. Then we've got one more little topic, and then I'll switch to you, Amal.
Yes, on the feedback about outside the US. So yeah, I also agree with what says previously. What we call in France language style misérabiliste. Like we are dying in our money, we are going to die tomorrow, was very, very, very annoying. It was just, oh no, they are still crying crocodile tears anyway. So yeah, it's good you remove this, but I'm very curious, and I don't have the answer myself. I think the first part of the first text paragraph. Please don't scroll past this 1 minute thread. We're sorry to return, but it's well. In France, I think a lot of people will be just irritated and and be just another message sucking my money.
How would you rewrite that for French readers?
I'm not really sure at this point, but because I just discovered the text. But in France, I think you should try to also ask from some input for maybe Wikimedia France folks, because I'm really not, and maybe check about how it's done for local other sites asking for donations in France, and maybe try to make something to make it look cool. I don't know. So maybe trying some wording to make the beginning. Hey, you want you write you like to read X or Y cool things on Wikipedia, and do you want to support this? And then you can go on with something like the donations. and how it can be used to further the cool things like that.
Yeah, nice.
I really think some more looking for feedback, local feedback is really needed if you try to go to other countries and cultures.
Sure, definitely. And if our localization lead, Camille, was here, I think she could speak, and maybe even Julia could speak to the fact we rely on the chapter and volunteers to give us some input into it, but that doesn't in any way invalidate your feedback, and so I really appreciate it. Does anyone have any other general comments? The one other thing I'd make, well, go for it, please. Yeah, new voice too, please.
Hi, I'm from Poland, so I don't relate to the message. No, the question really is, are you using targeting in any way? Which way?
It's a great question, and that's maybe what's going to lead to my next topic. So we target by country and language. That is the majority of our targeting, honestly. We can do certain targeting based off what we call banner history, meaning central notice, the extension we use lets us limit how many impressions you'll see in a campaign. So we use local storage and cookies to do that. And at different times, we have referenced that in the banner. We've said, this is the third time we've asked. And we actually kind of moved away from that out of just a sense of privacy concerns. But I wonder if you have a thought on whether we should be doing more targeting or less.
Yeah, exactly. I would like to relate to a for-profit institution, The Guardian, namely.
Oh, yes.
Which does great, I think
We work closely with them. Yeah.
They do great job in targeting. Because every time I see their banner, I'm learning how many times I have visited the page. And I'm okay with that. I don't know if people searching Wikipedia would be okay with that. I mean, I'm okay with learning that it's the 100th time you're here to fetch some images. So please consider donating. Yeah, more targeting if it is not really bad for the results.
Yeah, nice. We got our idea to mention art banners we've shown from The Guardian. I think it just kind of connects back to, I don't want someone who is using Wikipedia for self-improvement or for any other reason who cannot afford to give. I feel that we've asked you 100 times, it just starts really pushing it. And so honestly, there are many ways you could cap it. I appreciate the encouragement. And maybe again, we have one other thing to talk about. I'll just get some quick feedback. Already y'all are all talking about targeting, which honestly would make a lot of money. I mean, like targeting and personalization, even you see, we mentioned the date multiple times. Because if I can't target based off anything in your personal identifiable information, just mentioning the date is effective. We would like to begin more personalization of banners. And so the way we think of doing that is this is a generic message everyone reading Polish Wikipedia in Poland would see. What about the idea of customized messages based off category? Like if you're reading sports articles or politics articles, would you raise your hand if you think that's a good idea and you think that is not overly invasive? Anyone have any concerns around unexpected repercussions of beginning to? Yeah, sure. Yeah, nice. Off the top of anyone's head, do you already feel that there is a category of article you think would be most effective to begin? Entertainment? Would you talk a little bit about that? I mean, the whole idea of like people who use Wikipedia to settle a bar bet and entertainment. Do you have ideas for how we could custom?
Movie spoilers.
Movie spoilers? Nice. Nice.
Wikipedia in French is used a lot for list of Wikipedia in French is used a lot for how to read. In English, it will be the list of episodes for anime and TV series. What was said in the episode I didn't have time to watch, or I don't want to watch this episode because the series sucks. I'm going just to see how it ends. Things like that.
Nice. Great. Yeah, please, and Cassie. And we'll let you be the last comment, and then we'll switch to yours, Amal. And thank you all so much for all the engagement.
I'm probably being too basic, but the category that I thought of was not-for-profit. Like
think
if
that's
I'm
basic at all.
interested in that, I might be willing to give either my time or my. So if I'm visiting Oxfam's webpage or Save the Children,
Sure.
whatever. And I remember my fourth comment. It was right on the header. Like Wikipedia still can't be sold. I don't know if it's a lost in translation moment because English is not my primary language, but it feels to me when I read that eventually it will be.
Sure.
So that got me a bit like, oh, what do you mean? Like, do you plan to one day, become a privately owned thing? So that got me a bit like, yeah.
Appreciate
Reticent.
that. You're going to see the headline change in the next months. Fun fact, the original permutation of this was not for sale, which was a direct quote of a Jimmy Wales response to a tweet where someone encouraged Elon Musk to buy Wikipedia. Jimmy responded, not for sale. We put it in a headline. It was a 25% win. And so, yeah, I agree with you. I think that there is something not lost in translation. I think it can start feeling a little alarmist, and I think we can change that. Thank y'all so much for the feedback. I'm around and just would so encourage any additional comments, but we're actually going to turn it to Amal to talk about something also fundraising related, but not dependent on a banner. So here. Do you want to,
So after this fruitful discussion, I'm not gonna take so long time. I'm going quick with you on this. So my name is Amal. I'm a senior movement communications specialist supporting the apps team in the foundation, and I'm here with you today to talk about something not like the banners, but we can say that's similar to. So I'm talking about something called article page. So at the beginning, we worked on improving the donation process through the mobile application. So during the last fiscal year, we released the donation through native Google Play and native Apple Pay that allows users to donate in a smooth way within the application without going to an external browser to complete their process. But then after that, we thought that banners happens like once a year. How about having something more evergreen to allow donation to the foundation all over the year? So we were looking for something that would appear in the convenient time to users or readers who are using the application and reading Wikipedia. And why specifically article page? I want you to imagine this with me. And I'm just saying imagine the initial idea. I'm stressing, emphasizing, and highlighting that this is an initial experiment that I'm presenting here. So this is this user who is reading an article on the iOS Wikipedia application on their device, and then they feel the need to give back to the foundation for the useful information that they gained from this article and others as well. And they can find this icon on the article that they can press and do the donation to the foundation through this article, and then this icon became an activated icon that reminds them that they donated to the foundation through this article. So by this, we believe that we will have three benefits. The first one is related to the readers because we make them feel that they are more related and engaging with Wikipedia. And the second thing is for donors because if I'm a donor, we received a couple of requests from donors to say that I would love to feel like I'm being recognized as one of your donors. So if I donated through this article and then while browsing Wikipedia at another time, I will find this icon activated. So I remember, yeah, I donated to Wikipedia through this article before. And the third benefit is related actually to editors and other readers because to know that there is like 100,000 users donated to Wikipedia through this article gives like a greater insight on what readers are really caring about and seeking. And I know that we don't have much time, so going quickly to this. What's next? I would like to ask you to hold on your devices and scan this QR code so that you can find the project page of this fundraising experiment on the iOS Wikipedia mobile application. Please check the answers, ask them, and adding your comments, feedbacks, and what do you think about the best title for this feature? What is the best icon that we can use? Because we will not be able to proceed to any other upcoming features or plans or steps for this one without knowing what you're thinking of, because your input is really valuable, not only to our values, but as well to strengthen our movement. I hope I finished on time. And I'm around if you wanted to ask anything or share any concern. And thank you so much. Yes. Oh.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'll text you later. See you at my contact.
You will be replaced with a chair.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank y'all so much, y'all.
Everybody loves money. Everybody loves money. We're full now.
Thank you so much for coming in too, dude. I mean, and obviously if things have gone crazy, I took some notes. Nice. Julia took a lot of notes. And I know, I mean,
Hello. Excuse me.
Camelia won't speak.
Huh?
Camelia did not speak.
Will speak or not
No,
speak?
will not. She told me that she did not realize it is on the same day as the Women's Summit, and she's now speaking at the Women's Summit in the same slot.
Okay, that's all right. It's just shared with Nanor. It's all fine. Okay. Thank you. We're live. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here. By the way, don't ask me for directions. I'm no longer the organizer. So I'm Butch Bustria. So my other role in the Wikimedia universe is not just organizing Wikimania, and I'm not also just in ECAP, I'm also in the regional grants committees. So we would like to introduce our panelists here. I'm Butch Bustria. We have Nanor, Mikola, we also have Matt, Jack, and yeah, we also have Lodivike over there, and Mia. Okay, where's Mia? Okay, yeah, Mia there. Okay, so I think we have a good number of people in this room. I think they are all interested about money. So, this is the regional grants committees. So what is the regional grants committee? Okay, so just go to the meta page. There's information there about the grants committees. But the regional grants committees is basically composed of volunteers. We are not bank loan officers, so but we have some expertise into managing the having projects ourselves, how to look into the funds, and then also we are also here to hear the impact of those projects that you want to aspire in your respective communities. So we are here to help you, and we're also here to collaborate with you on how our system would need to be improved, okay, and also in your individual grants, okay. So, how important is the Regional Grants Committee? I'll give the floor to Farah for about this information. Farah, please.
Hi there. So yeah, as Butch was saying, the regional grants committees, we take care of distributing funds in different regions, and the regional grants committee was one of the first committees to be kind of decentralized, because previously, like, the funds dissemination went through a single point of contact. So when it was regionalized, it was experts in different regions that have different challenges and different ways of accessing funds as well. So having this regional knowledge was really important to make it a little more equitable. So it is a first step in having these more specialized regionalized committees to oversee the way the Wikimedia movement works. So funding was the first one, and it could be a precursor to other regionalization in different aspects of the movement. That's in short. So is that you? Sorry.
I'll give to Nanur for information what are the purpose and function of the Regional Grant Committee.
Yes. Regional Fund Committee functions. Yeah, we are a decision maker for the allocating fund, actually, and it depends to which regional fund we are belonging. For example, it's MENA and Sub-Sahara Africa. So we are allocating the fund after the proposal that came to the committee. But one thing I think it's important to mention, that the Regional Fund Committee is reviewing and making decisions about one kind of allocated fund, which is the general support fund for the affiliates and the groups for the long-term plans, because there is many other kinds of community fund. There is a rapid fund. There is we did the multi-years as well, right? Veronica, yes, thank you. So yeah, two is a multi-year proposal, and this is new. We started last year actually, and the general support fund. So we don't have any review or anything about for example, alliances fund, conference fund, research funds. No, it's only the general support fund. So the proposed, yes, when it starts, and all is related to the annual fiscal year. When it started after the annual plan, for example, 24-25, the regional or the grants committee or the staff there release the rounds and the date. We have 2 rounds, round 1 and round 2, and the days it's brought to one to other, but it's not happening at the same time. For example, in my region, the deadline is in September. It could be in the 10th of September for another region, but the process is the same. So if you are a new applicant, it will be good and preferable to meet the officer of the region to get for example, to understand why you want, what you need to apply for a long-term application. And when the officer stands well, why your needs, they transmit it to us. If there is something that we didn't found it in the proposal, we can get it directly from the officer if you shared it with the officer. So this is very important to share all your inside plans with the officer if you are not putting directly on the proposal. This helps us to understand what you are thinking, why you are want to do this, what is your goal that you want to achieve it, because your goal is the movement goals too, and we want to do it all together. I'm an applicant for another affiliate, so I want to approve my proposal as well, but I need to make it clear to my colleagues when they are going to review. So after the proposal sending, it's come to us, there is a time to, I think 2-3 weeks for individual review. We're doing it with a form that we replying in a form, very detailed form. Every review, every single proposal, it takes at least me, after 3 years, it takes not less than 5 hours reviewing individually and filling it. And then it's start. I think it's important to share with you all the steps. And the second step is the first deliberation when. In my region, and I suppose it's the same in the other regions as well, but my region is the region that we get the more number of proposal every round, actually. So because there is many affiliates and many non-recognized groups. So first deliberation, we just put us in groups, doing it, sending feedback to you. On the meta page, please, we need to know more about this, and what is this, why this in this cost, and this, because we didn't feel that we understand directly why you put that. And after you send your response to us, it's a second deliberation, and then the final step is that all the committees sit together and discuss it. If we are going to approve the whole amount, if we are not going to approve the whole amount, we are increasing, we are decreasing, it depends. And this step take a long time actually as well, because if someone of us say no, I'm not agreeing on that. So please, okay, we start again discussing. So, and there should be, as a wiki, we are a part of wiki, a consensus that yes, we agree to say this and this. Sometimes I didn't agree on many, but okay, all the committee said yes, so I follow what the group decided. Sometimes my colleagues that agree. So, and maybe because we started 3 years ago, very new, we didn't have so. Every single decision was 100% right, but we learned very much during our process, and we improve our process every time, believe me. When I started, it's not like that, but I hope that we are more effectively and doing it more. Thank you. Next.
Yeah, so the funding regions of the ECF is, of the regional grant committees. As you have heard before, that we have different regions split. So there is the Central, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia. So they have 8+1. That means that they have 8 community members, and +1, the CEE Hub executive director, who is non-voting. Us in the ECF region, so East, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific, we're about 9 community members there, all spread from Australia all the way in different, and then East and Southeast Asia, so different time zones. Latin America and Caribbean, there are about 10. Middle East, North Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa. This is quite a unique setup. So they have 2 different regions, but it will be reviewed by one committee composed of 13 people. So it's 5 and 8. And then North America, there's about 6. I heard that there are also some thematic organizations that are based in United States, but they are global in scope. So the funding region to review the application is North America. We also have the Northern and Western Europe, which is one of the biggest ones that is being given, and South Asia, about 6. So yes. So let me give to Mikola on the selection process of the Regional Grants Committee's membership.
Yes, so it's a selection process, which means so far it's selection. It might be an election because we all heard about the new proposals. Let's not talk about it now. We will talk about how it works now because the proposals may change 10 more times before they become reality. So at the moment it is a selection process. It's still relatively democratic because it has almost 100% election rate. Not because we accept everybody, but especially because we don't have enough qualified candidates. So if you know somebody who wants to join a grant committee, please encourage them to do this. What we do, for example, in Northern and Western Europe, and I know that it is done to a certain extent in other regions, we tried to map like what skills, what experiences we want to have in the committee members, and we map them on people who are already sitting on the committee, and we map on like people whom we want to welcome. So we like try to design a portrait of like people who we want to encourage to have. This might be related on their like geographic basis. So for example, if we want to look for somebody who has experience in Nordics, like the Scandinavian region, because for our North and Western Europe, it's important to have like representation of this region. We want to have like somebody from Southern Europe, from Iberian Peninsula, for example, because that's also like a culturally, geographically important region. We want to have a native English speaker because that's not a given diversity. It's also diversity. So like we want also like thematic experts. We want somebody who has experience with minority languages. We want somebody who has experience with GLAMs. We want somebody who has experience with education, because these are topics on which we receive many grant applications, and we want to have somebody who worked on this already to like objectively evaluate this with already some insight. So after mapping all of this and needing to fit it into like 8 or 10 people, we really go headhunting, saying like, oh, this is the profile of people we need. We know like 3 good people who match this profile. We try to encourage them to join us. We also have people who volunteer, and we are very grateful for them because they are usually already very motivated, so we don't need to convince them to become motivated. That's already great. But generally, it's not like a very competitive process. We usually have like 2 or 3 applications per round, and the rounds are every summer, I think. Maybe it will move a bit. Yeah, now it's continuous. Yeah, now it's continuous. So if you want to volunteer for a grant committee, please do. If you know somebody who has like an interest in this or who has a good profile, please do. And an important thing, you don't need to be expert in everything. It's if you just like interested in reviewing proposals, you're good at giving feedback, you're good at like, or you want to learn to give feedback, because we also have trainings. We not all like joined ready grant committee members. We were trained by foundation, we were trained by our peers to review proposals better, to understand like how this grant making works and how we can make it better. So please join us, or please invite people to join us. We need more grant committee members. And it's not like something where you need to be an expert in everything. You just need to be willing to do it. And if you have any of like relevant experiences, that's already great. And the next, I have a clicker. And then let's talk about how a proposal is reviewed and decided by the regional grant committee. It's Yumia, right?
Hello. Okay, this is so tall. Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Mia. I'm from Indonesia. probably my English not so good, so I will speak slow, okay? Yeah. So I will tell you a story to make it clear and clear for you, yeah. So this is my experience as the committee. So my program officer is Jacqueline, so from the ISEAP. So once the application submitted to to MetaWiki, Jacqueline will send a document like the summary of the proposal, something like that. And then Jacqueline also will send us the document and what she thinks and what's like the insights of Jacqueline's personal view of this proposal. Okay, and then after that, Jacqueline will ask the committee to review all the things, and Jacqueline also will give us like a column so we can give questions to the applicants, and then we will give time around 2 weeks or 3 weeks, right? And then the applicants will go back to us, will answer something like that, and then for the last one, we will have a meeting with the applicants. Like in one meeting, imagine like it will take around 2.5 hours. So all of the applicants will be meet us. So every applicant will meet us around 5 until 15 minutes. So it will be a session that we will have like communication directly between us, and we will ask like what kind of team that you have, what do you need, and what's your goal, something like that. And then in the end, we will have a discussion. Probably like we will have a voting, so Butch will vote, I will vote, and then later on, the program committee will review all of the decision from the committee, and then also Jacqueline asked some view from the other staff. For example, in ISEAP, we have Sakti as the partnership specialist for the ISEAP, and also like probably if there is a project about education, Jacqueline also will ask the education staff from the Wikimedia Foundation. So there's a lot of views like from the committee. So like we just give a suggestion, right, to the foundation, like as the volunteer. And then Jacqueline also will see how's the other staff seeing this project, something like that. Yeah, that's the process. And yeah, and then how we review the criteria. So we receive some of the projects, like for example, in Indonesia. Oh, I forget to say that all of us should declare conflict of interest. For example, I'm Indonesian, so I cannot. Sorry.
We'll talk at next slide more.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, something like that, and then I cannot vote for Indonesian, something like that. And then we will review all of the projects, like is it clear, like what kind of goals that you want to achieve, something like that. And then the second one, about the impact, we will see how the impact will go beyond the region or globally. And then for the third one, this is also very interesting because sometimes in one applications, they have big goals, but they do not have enough team. So we will see, because like all of us like volunteers, so we know how the project works, right? And then we will see like, maybe we can suggest like, sorry, maybe this project is too big for your team. Like probably you can decrease the goal, something like that. So we also give like feedback for the applicants. And then for the last one, we also see how they will learn and what kind of evaluation that they will achieve. Next one is who? Matt. Oh, Matt. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna be brief. I'm gonna talk a little bit about conflicts of interest and how we manage those. I know we're trying to save 15 minutes for Q&A, so I'll try to be quick with that. Generally, when I think about conflicts of interest from the perspective of the Regional Grants Committee members, I'm thinking of committee members who are evaluating a particular grant proposal, if they have a particular vested interest in that particular organization or in that proposal, they will recuse themselves from that evaluation process. The other thing that we do on the US and Canada committee is actually going so far as we're not even sharing some of the proposal and the evaluation docs, the documents that we're using to evaluate the proposal with those individuals that have recused themselves. It's definitely a balancing act because in the Wikimedia community, we're all wearing multiple hats all the time, especially volunteers in the committee. So I've been, for instance, teaching with Wikipedia through Wiki Education for a long time, but I'm not part of that organization formally, and I don't have a vested interest necessarily in their particular proposal. So in that particular case, I wouldn't excuse myself. But hopefully we'll hear some other questions about conflicts later in the Q&A as well. And I'm just going to briefly kind of introduce this next slide, which is about our own experiences. I think yesterday when I was meeting, my fellow committee members, I had said I've been doing this for about 2 years. And then I looked at my bio on Eventyay, and it said 3 years, and I had written that bio statement. So I think actually, in fact, it's been 3 years since since the formation of this new structure for the regions. I really wanted to kind of give back to Wikimedia in a different way, and I really wanted to see what kinds of projects people were doing, right? So getting to read the proposals and really take a generative stance in terms of giving feedback has been really rewarding the last 3 years. This past year, I felt like things tightened and became a lot more crowded in terms of the funding. We were not really able to fund everyone the amount that we wanted to, and that's really tough as well. But at the end of the day, everyone on the committee is just very interested in giving really good feedback and in helping the applicants. And that's a really wonderful thing. The other thing I'll say briefly, and then I'll ask others to share their personal experiences from other committees, is that Wikimedia's transparency is such an advantage if you're thinking about going after a grant through Wikimedia. Go and look at some of the previous successful grants on Meta and think about, well, what is it that makes these successful, right? Usually it comes down to clear metrics. How do we measure the success of this project? And clear objectives for kind of getting there, okay?
On, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So on our experiences side, yeah, sorry.
Stay up here.
Yeah, on our experiences side, from North and Western Europe, we Europeans like to complain about money. So unfortunately, we in grant committees do not print money. So it's not us who can say, oh, hey, we need like $1 million more, we will just print them. Unfortunately, we cannot do this. So we usually have like pretty strong money constraints, saying like foundation allocated like 2 or 3 million, for example, for the whole year. And we need to distribute this for both rounds, including for people who have not submitted their applications yet. So this is a quite difficult exercise, especially like in the last 2 years in the inflation context in the region. So what we tried to do in our committee is to like evaluate the proposals with a pessimistic and an optimistic lens. So we try to say like, if we have enough money, that's what we want to fund. If we don't have enough money, we will cut maybe like the least impactful project in our opinion, or like the most risky experiment, or like the most like ambitious expansion. So it's not about saying like, oh, we want to cut like one specific person because we don't like them, but we want to make like a collective effort saying like, if we don't have enough money, we don't want to give like 100% to somebody and like 0 to everybody else. So we need to find like some balance that everybody feels a bit unhappy, which is like very sad place to be in. But if we cannot make everybody happy, we try to make like everybody a bit unhappy, and then try to discuss with others like what they can do with like 90% of money, what they can do with like 80% of money and find like some very tough balance in the middle.
Just make it quick and easy up. Actually, we just need to make sure that the grant applicant will have a clarified submission. Sometimes we impliedly coaching the applicant. I think you may need to consider improving your matrices so that it would be clear to be achieved. And then after some revisions, there are times that the grant application is approved eventually, but there are times that really we have to no other choice but to decline the application because the applicant had no willing to improve the grant application. Okay, let me give to Nor.
Yes, actually, I personally, again, very, very positive points and experience being in this committee, because since they started with Veronica, we had a plan of resources to how to make a decision, how to work together, how to be in handling fund together, and yeah, this helped my committee very much, and keep going the progress along the way. We have every time we have some updates on the process. Okay, what is that? We have coming 5-6 months after we have another update. Yes, so we keep developing the things. This is very important, and make me personally close to the communities much more, and this help sometimes to when I know about the projects that the people running, I go to them say, why you are not propose your project for this Wikimania, for example, and they accepted it for in the program to present their project. They didn't know that this could happen. This is very, very positive, and we're dealing with emergent groups in our region. Most of them in the last 3 years they went from the Rapid Fund to the General Support Fund, and understanding and explaining them that they, okay, I have to stop, sorry.
Nanor said it all, so.
Yeah, okay. So,
go to the next slide.
Yeah. Okay. So, this particular slide, I will give the floor to the Wikimedia Foundation through Veronica.
Hi, everyone. For those who we haven't met, my name is Veronica Thamaini. Support the program officers within Community Resources team, and this is...
Hello, I'm Jorge Vargas, Director of Partnerships, and as of recently also of Community Resources. So now I'm going to be working more closely with you all on all of the grant making related matters.
Yeah. So we know one of the topics we did want to spend time on during our time together was connected to the recent proposed projects, initiatives connected to the vote on the movement chartered by the board. So 3 things, because we want to create space at least for, one question or 2. We will have a conversation on Friday, and I've put the details here, 5 to 6 in the Belgrade room, targeted at this proposal. In the meantime, we don't have the answers. This is a proposal, and we're looking to figure it out or create on what it would look like, especially on the what and the how together, and also recognizing that we are welcoming all feedback to be, shared on Meta. But we're here, Jorge and I, to answer any immediate questions you may have. But Friday is a good space to have this conversation. And thank you to the committee members for this session. Yeah.
So should we just open it for Q&A right now?
Yeah.
Oh, next. Questions. There you go. Yeah, just maybe like before the Q&A, just like a reminder, if you are not fully aware of what proposal Veronica was referring to, this was something that you can find on the appendix of the board resolution of the Movement Charter Drafting Committee vote by the Board of Trustees, where they vote no to ratify, but they suggest the creation of a global funds dissemination committee. So that's going to be an additional layer to the regional fund committees as it's being proposed. And Veronica and I and all of us are here to chat. And by the way, like, I'm also part of the Movement Charter Drafting Committee. So from that lens, I can also help answer any questions. And with that, I'll pass the mic.
Please raise the hand who would like to ask questions.
Hello. I have a question about restrictions regarding transferring money. Is that a problem that you cannot accept funds from some countries because it's not allowed to transfer money to that country?
Yes, absolutely. And it's two parts. It's regulation related to the foundation being a U.S. registered or organization. Additionally, there are cases where sending foreign funding to a country results or can imply harm to Wikimedians, and these are things that we always assess. Hence, NANU's recommendation, and now a requirement that if anyone is interested in the larger funds, especially General Support Fund, the first step is to speak with a program officer, because then they already are aware within their region where we can send funding or not. And sometimes even when we can't directly send to a grantee, we can actually still support that through other mission-aligned partners, hence fiscal sponsorship. Yeah. There was one there.
Hi.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have a question. It's mainly about the evaluation process. We noticed, like, for our group, whenever we submit, and almost every year we get different evaluators, but they often come back and ask the same question, which kind of shows that there is a little bit of this discontinuity, and we have to repeatedly explain to different individuals every year to explain. It could be about money matter, it could be insurance, it could be cultural differences. So I'm just trying to see, like, is there a way to kind of like make it a little bit more flowing smoothly so we don't have to keep clarifying the same question to different evaluators year after year?
Okay. Do you mind sharing your first name and where you're from?
And where you're from?
Yeah.
Andrew Long from Canada, representing WikiJournal user group.
Thank you.
I see.
Thank you for the question, Andrew. We have had success with holding more Zoom meetings before the proposal comes in. And in your case especially, that's what I would suggest is like meeting, which I'm sure you probably met with the officer, requesting that the officer convene a meeting with the committee and with the WikiJournal, the main people that are submitting the proposal. I think that would be the best step, and do that early for the next round.
Okay, I have two questions. I think that in the presentation you mentioned that the goal of the committee is to ensure equitable distribution of funds, and I wanted to know how you do this in terms of distribution to various regions, and then specific organizations in terms of their programmatic areas as well. And then my second question is about the capacity. You mentioned that some people bring grants or proposals which you think they do not have the capacity to fulfill all those goals. So for organizations that have been working in specific and programmatic areas for a while, how do you support these people to build capacity to achieve their goals? Because if you've been around for a while and have done the same things, obviously you do not want to have the same goals year on. After every year you would want to at least have a bigger target, but you cannot do that with the same number of people. And so if you think that the goals are not achievable for such organizations, how do you support them to get that capacity? I'm Jael from Open Foundation West Africa, and we are based in Ghana.
Thank you, Jael.
The first one?
Who's answering?
Mikhail, you can go. Okay.
Yeah, the first one is foundation.
There's some
equitable distribution.
But you can do
Can
the
answer.
region. You can go first.
Oh, yeah, I can answer. The first one is just the foundation. The answer is the foundation who decides distribution of money per region. We, as a grant committees, do not have an impact on this beyond, like, we can talk to the foundation and say, hey, we need more money. We rarely say, hey, we want less money. Although it might happen, but the answer is simple. It might change again, not clear how, but within our committees, for example, what we do in Northern and Western Europe, we try to set like some priorities. So we say, like, with limited money, we want to make sure like the smaller emerging groups get like the least cuts this year. Or for example, we want to say that like we want to guarantee that like salary indexation by inflation gets funded for every affiliate or so on. So like there are priorities that we can set at the regional level. And for the second part, I would say again, what we do, maybe it's a bit different in other regions. We tried to say, if somebody is missing capacity, is there any way to remediate it? So we ask them questions. For example, we are saying like, you want to launch this big project. Have you considered like any ways to increase your capacity, which can be like hiring people with a specific expertise, can be like some specific training by some external party, or learning from peers, because we have Let's Exchange program, which we will definitely have a separate session on. Or maybe you can invite like a specialized consultant. For example, if you want to improve, let's say, your communications as an organization, there are organizations that can help you do this for your group or chapter. So there are a lot of ways to remediate like the lack of capacity, and we don't prescribe ways. We invite you to reflect on this and say like, we can think of like 3 options. You can pick option 4, but.
And I'm going to, oh, sorry, go ahead. No, I'm just going to answer a little bit more clarity on the first question. So the Wikimedia Foundation currently is the one that decides how much percentage of the total budget goes towards grant making. And part of the discussion within the Movement Charter Drafting Committee process was to see if that could change. It resulted, at least in how it was proposed in the charter, that it had to remain the same. However, right now the proposal that's going to be more discussed on Friday talks about this global funds dissemination body that is an additional layer to the regional fund committees. And that body can be part of a conversation or a discussion with the foundation on how much budget to be assigned. And then that body plus the regional fund committees would have the authority or responsibility of deciding out of that budget that is presented, how it gets distributed across the 8 regions that currently exist. But this is why this proposal that was put forward is very important for all of you to engage and see what makes sense, what does not make sense. Friday's session is to do that, but the meta page is currently active to be able to receive more of that information, considering that the charter was not ratified.
I'll add to that, and this year we did, take a shot at what does it look like to involve, have participatory budgeting process. It's not the main envelope. That one of the principles we operated on was we do not have, and the next body will have that discretion of negotiating on the bigger envelope. But when it comes to regional specific envelopes, we did involve the regional funding committees for these financial year's budget and a working group from the larger EDs group to first of all share based on the weighted average inflation rates from the different regions, but also conversations with projections made by program officers based on different conversations they've had with different affiliated and non-affiliated groups, and based on those numbers, the committees sharing their input. One of the things that emerged is that we didn't shift those numbers a lot, apart from one region that, with the support of the Regional Funding Committee, we were able to recognize we may have we left out an element that was important, so we increased it by an additional percentage. And we time out. Okay.
Thank you. It's not a question. I want to know your opinion, because when in the case of a declination of a proposal, actually the process doesn't have a way of appealing or reviewing the final decision. And I think it's very concerning because in democratic countries you have the elementary right to appeal one decision, and no is not a good healthy practice. So I don't know. I want to know your opinion if needs to exist a process of appealing or a reviewing a decision of the committee. And the second one is that, at least in my region, the foundation and the committee is inviting external people of the movement to join more experience. But some informal conversation with some members of the regional committee of my region says that persons maybe are not sure giving exactly opinions about how our movement works. So I want to know your opinion about these topics. Thank you.
Can you share what region you're talking about?
I'm Latin America. In fact, I wanted. In what I applied for the committee, and my candidacy was not accepted.
But for the appeal, maybe I'm just kidding. So just to apply next year as an appeal. But no, I think when we reject, and it's rarely, very rarely reject completely. I can't say it just decrease the amount, but not reject saying no. It happened recently, but it took more time to discuss this many times and discuss again with the applicant, and this was more the part of the officers to say that go please and if they stay and sit, because we have some, I can't say it's not facts, but the results of the last year, for example, outcomes that we waiting for have it. So when we don't have these outcomes that the applicant planned to implement it, so we have a question. Why we have to support you if you cannot implement your plan and get the outcomes of that? So there is a reasons, always the reasons. So we discuss the reasons behind that. So in general, it's like that. But in any special case in your region, sorry, I cannot.
We heard your case, Ivan. But we'll try to give it to our LAC regional funds committee member, so for a regional context on your case.
Yeah, and for the second question, I can briefly ask what we had similar experience, not exactly the same, that we also invited like some semi-Wikimedians, let's say people who interacted with us before, like outside partners, like GLAM education partners and so on. I would say there are two ways to solve this. One way is onboarding training. So we work with these people to say, like, here is what you want to learn. You can attend these sessions and get better at understanding our movement. Second way is, unfortunately, people say, like, I cannot do this. And they either become like an invited expert, they switch like to another status, they like give expertise on some specific topics without being involved in whole discussions, or like just give up because, which is unfortunate, but like this also can happen.
Yeah. So thank you, everyone. We would like to invite the executive directors of our Wikimedia affiliates to the conversation on Friday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon regarding the fund proposal. Yes.
Also hub leaders.
Yeah,
right?
hub leaders. And past fund dissemination committees. Yes, it will be a great conversation on Friday. So we would like to thank everyone for this one. There are some questions, but I will try to accommodate those questions probably outside. And thank you, Wikimedia Central and Eastern Europe, for this privilege. And thank you for having it recorded this time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will be talking about WikiJournal, which is our 10th anniversary. So I will give you a quick overview of what WikiJournal is for those who have not heard about us before. We'll also discuss how WikiJournal bridges between Wikipedia and also the academic publishing, what our initiative is about. We go through, since we now have 10 years of data, so we can actually look at our impacts, metrics, readership, citations, and then we all end up with in a summary and what our future directions are. There's also some stickers on the center table. If you want to take a look, feel free. All right, so we started off with WikiJournal of Medicine, which is started by Mikhail Hegström, a medical doctor, in 2014. We then subsequently expanded to science and humanities journals in 2018. So what we are is we are an open access peer-reviewed journal that prides itself on not charging the author or the reader any fees, aka also known as the Platinum Open Access, sometimes also go by the Diamond Open Access. So no embargoes, the article is immediately available as soon as it gets accepted. Our aim is to increase the engagement with the academic peer-reviewed materials because there are a lot of uncertainty over the quality of the articles. Sometimes they are great, but a lot of times they might be citing some predatory open access journals, but because those flourish all over the place, there's not really like a single source of truth. And one of the benefits of our journal is that it allows collaboration as authors directly on the wiki online, like on a wiki platform, which is where we're currently residing in English Wikiversity. But I will also talk about how we actually are expanding beyond just English in a few slides from now. So our mission is to, like I said, bridge the Wikimedia movement with academic publishing. And one way of accomplishing that is through the transparency, such as like an open peer review. So that allows a lot of the transparency and instills trust into the process. So the idea of improving, it goes all the way back to 2008, and it doesn't start from us. So it kind of just working itself. For example, 2013, the Gene Journal started the Gene Wiki reviews, and then on the opposite side, Open Medicine puts Wikipedia page through peer review process, and then in the same year, WikiJournal of Medicine publishes its first issue. And then subsequently in 2018, the other two wiki journals are starting. And also one important thing I want to note is in 2019, we actually won the Open Publishing Award in the Open Publishing Models category for having the hybrid and the integration back into the Wikimedia movement and Wiki universe, as well as having the transparent open peer review process. So currently, like I said, we have the medicine is the flagship. We are also planning the next one that is up and coming is psychology, psychiatry, and behavioral science. That's our next one. And we also have a preprint as well. So the preprint server also serves as the preprint for all of the other four free existing and one upcoming journal as well. But people are also welcome to use our preprint server as a gateway to submit to other sites as well. We don't restrict them on that. Here are just some really brief types of the publications what we have. They are ranging from encyclopedic articles, which is full-length existing Wikipedia pages based on a broad review articles. It could also include sections of Wikipedia pages based on focused reviews. Or more interestingly, which you don't usually see in traditional journals, it's actually like a list of image galleries, so like a collection of 15, 20, or sometimes even more highly detailed and very accurate images that are created as like a kind of like an image gallery. And in addition, we also publish plenty of articles that do not start off from Wikipedia, so they could be original research, case studies, teaching materials for clinical protocols, or highly technical or focus reviews that may not be suitable for Wikipedia. So some of these names on the bottom, they may be a little bit tiny. So those are actually the article titles that we have already published in the different journals. And again, we want to bridge the academic and Wikimedia divide, and we want to get input to Wikipedia by and also sister projects from experts who would otherwise not contribute because A, they fear that their they might be suffering professional repercussion from being found out that they are right on Wikipedia, or they feel like that my effort is not going to get recognized, so I'm not going to contribute because I don't have enough time. We also have a new method for quality assessment on existing Wikipedia content. For example, we actually put one of the submitted article, went through our own peer review process by experts in the field. They identified major flaws or omissions in the article, and we actually took that down. We actually presented the review, and that article is no longer a good article on English Wikipedia because of these professional reviews that were done by experts in the field, not so much by someone who drive by and done a good article review or feature article review where they might be paying more attention to punctuations and em dashes and n dashes than actually the contents itself or checking the references to see whether those are actually up to date or reflecting the current understanding in that field. So many people, as you know, use Wikipedia, so it's not just, it's common news, everybody uses it. Even students now, a lot of the professors are starting to encourage students to use it as the first stop, not the final stop, but as a first stop because there are just too much fake news, propaganda, misinformation, disinformation thrown all around the internet, that Wikipedia is kind of like the last oasis on the internet. And not only does it provide readership, it also allows the readers to understand and see the peer review process, which are typically guarded as like within the editorial process. You do not see how many reviewers were invited. You do not see what the reviewer comments were. You do not see whether the reviewers recommend, accept with minor modification, major modification, or outright decline. We actually show them directly on the talk page itself, including articles that we declined for consideration. So if, like I said, Diamond Open Access allows free for reader and the publish and the author. It all allows the specialized knowledge to be disseminated and then incorporated into Wikipedia. And it allows for the evolution of the Wikipedia article while maintaining a clear history and the original version because we issue DOIs. So there is like a stable version of record as a PDF on Wikiversity. And you guys are, I assume most of you are at least somewhat familiar with the academic journal and the comparison for Wikipedia. You get a lot of views on Wikipedia, and you may not get a lot of views on the journals. There's a joke that you wrote the thesis, and maybe at most 10 other people have read it in their entire life. So there is definitely a need to kind of blend the two together. And like I said, we are open to any contributors, so we're allowed submissions from independent scholars or scholars that are unaffiliated with a research institution. In fact, one of our most recently published paper in WikiJournal of Science was submitted by an independent scholar from Japan, and after it gone through the same peer review process that anybody else goes through, and we have published that article. So we have kind of like a two-step process, two different pathways to publish it. First is publishing in, the first is that there is an existing page on Wikipedia. It goes through our own peer review where we invite experts in the field, and then we publish in WikiJournal. The other is they submit this brand new submission, never published before, through us, we publish in WikiJournal, and then afterwards we either incorporate sections or majority of the article, or it could be tables, it could be images that gets reincorporated into Wikipedia because we upload in the comments. And we also link the reviewers to Wikidata as well. And in 80% of the time, the reviewers choose to have their names published. So that also instills additional confidence because you actually know which author made this comment and what the decisions are. So it's no longer like a black box operation. So if the reviewer chooses to be anonymized, then we will state that the editorial board will still know, and we keep a record of who reviewed for it. But on the top page, we would state that this is an anonymous peer review, an expert in certain field. But we also will welcome anyone in the community or as an IP address if they notice that there are some issues. Like for example, we found one of the non-author just came by and spotted that the reference seems to be unrelated to the material that it was citing onto that sentence, and that was flagged. And then we raise and say like, "Hey, what's going on? Why are you attributing or misappropriating a reference onto something else?" So that also introduced more quality checks, more eyes onto the preprint submission before it gets officially approved. The current state of what we have right now, let me just fill this. Yep. So so this is the total number of publications since its inception. On the orange side is the medicine, which we have 54 articles. Science, we have 38. I know humanities only had 8, but that's just kind of like a reflection of the biases that we have existing in Wikipedia, that there are more materials in the STEM side and a little bit less on the humanities side. And another explanation is that we have a large backlog of submissions in the humanities field since COVID, because a lot of the humanities instructors and professors are in a more precarious contracts than, say, someone in science. So their contracts are more easily at risk when they have to renew year after year. So they're more focused on getting their employment secured for the next year rather than volunteering to serve as editorial board members to help with the review. Whereas science professors are less likely to have their positions eliminated during COVID and also post-COVID. That's just a general spectrum across most countries around the world. So the latest number that I have is from September 2022. What I have is, even though medicine published more articles, science still gets higher average readership from academics. So this is just purely from DOI clicks from that we track from Crossref. So that's one of the very interesting. Even though medicine has more publications, science still gets overall higher averages per month. And more importantly, we also want to see how many people read the material after we publish and reincorporate it back, either as a section or as an image on one of the page or some of the text, because our articles are published under Creative Commons, so it could easily be incorporated back into Wikipedia. And we could see that medicine, it doubles of the science amount, but humanities also have quite a respectable amount of readership, which showcases that those small amount of articles published in humanities get a lot of people's attention and eyeballs reading those articles, not just some very niche or very particular article. And more importantly, we, as many academics, want to look at the citation metrics. Not the best, of course, but that's one way of measuring the impact. Is medicine, on average, for every article we publish, we get 6 citations back onto our article. And science, it is 2.05. So actually, for medicine and science, the number has been going up every year since, which demonstrated that not only are we getting good articles that sites are publishing good articles, but they continue to attract attention year after year after year for quite a period of time. And these are just the low end of the numbers because, for example, it doesn't include book chapters, textbooks, conference proceedings, masters or PhD theses. So the numbers are actually higher than whatever is stated here, which I grabbed it from Dimensions. What's more interesting is that the top 3 highest citations are actually not articles, but actually the medical galleries that we mentioned before. We found a lot of the we found that there is a high demand for high quality, trustworthy medical diagrams that are used in textbooks or even in other journal articles. They would cite like so-and-so name of the image, and then they say, well, WikiJournal of Medicine 2019. And then we see this quite a lot. In fact, not just the top 3, but also top 4 out of the top 6 are all citations towards our medical galleries. And more recently, we have started dual publishing articles in English and non-English. So how we accomplish this is that the peer review process still continues and conducted in English because that is how we get the most largest pool of possible reviewers. You might be able to find someone who could review in German, but most of the editorial boards do not speak German. And even if the review comes back in German, I would assume that most readers would not be able to understand it. So we conduct the review process in English first. And if the author themselves are competent in another language, they would translate the approved version in English into their native language because we always believe that the material gets to be digested best when it is presented in their own native language. For example, we have one article that is written about agricultural apps in Nepal. So the author is fluent in both English and Nepalese. The English version gets approved, and then he later translated into Nepalese. So that way, it is also beneficial to the community in Nepal that they are reading in their own native language. Likewise, for another article in English and Japanese published earlier this year. And we also link the authors and also the reviewers, link it back to the Wikidata. So you could also do you could program and actually look and see how many does this reviewer have, how many reviews have they done, to which articles. Are we focusing too much on the developed or the Western world and not enough on the developing countries or developing or middle income countries? So you could do a lot of different metrics because it's now on Wikidata. And we often hear when I talk to other editor-in-chiefs, they often say that well, we try to improve our representation from the Global South scholars and academics, but sometimes we don't know because their emails are often in Gmail and Yahoo Mail. We don't know if that's actually them or it's just set up by some other random person pretending to be a reviewer. So that's also one of the concerns. So that's also why we also have to be mindful of that. This is kind of just like what we could do to expand is to increase author contributions, integrating them into the curriculum for sure. We have creating the Wiki hosting platform and also journal partnership to collaborate with other like-minded journals to increase the reputation and visibility. And so this is one of the picture where we actually, on the left here, it's actually kind of like a poster for WikiJournal in one of the technical university library in Ireland in 2019. So that's also one way of kind of like the offline way to increase our visibility and just raising awareness overall. So for the future, our goal is to become the next sister projects, and that's where we actually, this is the QR code where it links to our current proposal on Meta. So we have submitted a proposal to the sister to become the next sister project in 2019, You could see the proposal. You could also vote to support our work, so that when the board comes to the phase of evaluating our proposal, then they could see your comments and also see what kind of work we have done. We also want to use this as a good opportunity because we have collected quite a bit of comments, some positive, some of them things that they have some hesitation. So we also want to kind of clear that so that everybody understand how our work is being done. There is definitely some concerns about original research being added onto the Wikimedia movement, but it has already been existing for quite some time. Commons photographs, Wiki Voyage, Wiki Books, so a little bit of Wikiversity as well. Those are already examples that the foundation projects already have original research, but I guess they are coming from the Wikipedia side, so they always see that original research is bad, and it's always bad. And they kind of see things as like a black and white with a kind of like the middle ground area. Another thing is they said, well, we see there is a lot of the diamond or platinum open access journals already. So why do we duplicating or repeating the same work? What we found is that a lot of those are very targeting one area, one very small area, or one niche area. We are a very broad umbrella. Like for science, it covers anything that is not medicine. For humanities, it's basically not medicine and not science. So anything from poetry to history to language to social sciences, humanities, music. Those are all under the humanities umbrella. And there is no open access, platinum open access journal that covers such a large field like PLOS ONE or one of those like premier, like the entire mega journals. Some say, well, you guys are not in any indexing services, so how do we know? It's not trustworthy. And they even raised that, you guys are not in Scopus. Well, we are now in Scopus, so since 2020, and Science since 2022. Do you think they will withdraw the opposition? Of course not. They still said, well, it's not in Scopus. So, and our next phase is we're trying to get into the Web of Science, so that would demonstrate our quality. But at least we have already showed that we have already achieved a middle level of credibility and trustworthiness. Another one is like, well, you guys don't allow it's elitism. Only elites could edit it because you're not letting anyone to touch this new project. So we have heard this concern, but because we are residing in Wikiversity, so it's no different than if you're allowed as an IP to edit in Wikiversity or not. And we do allow submissions if the authors do not want to have their name be known. We allow that up until the point where it gets published. Once it publishes, then we have to show their full identity because we have to follow the publication ethics. So IP addresses could easily still go in and correct spelling mistakes, fixing references. Those are completely open. And in fact, I would say our project is more open than some of our existing sister projects like Wikinews, where if the article gets published after a week, it gets completely locked out. Nobody, even if you're logged in, you cannot go edit it. So we see that we see the concerns, but we already have solutions to those concerns. And how can you contribute? Publish as an article. Like I said, independent scholars are not required, are allowed and not permitted, are not required. Peer review, we definitely need more hands to help with coordinating the peer review process by being in our editorial board. And then finally, so this is kind of like the takeaway message. So what WikiJournal is about is it's an platinum open access journal. It's free to publish, public peer reviewed, and it's also Wikipedia integrated. And of course, that also means Commons, Wikidata, and also other languages as well. And with an increase in the readership, so that will also bring more academic materials into the Wikipedia environment. And I'll happily take any questions. Do we have a microphone? Yeah.
Thank you. Is it turned? Yeah. How do you approach the issue that academic papers are usually written in a more complex academic language, and Wikipedia is supposed to be written in a more accessible, plain language?
Very good question. Yes, we are starting to make it not yet mandatory, but strongly encourage that they also write a layman summary, like a simplified summary. Moreover, when we request our instructions to the reviewers, one of the item is we ask them whether it's written at a kind of like a generalist level that could be understandable to general audience, like kind of like a scientist, but also like a scientist generalist. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those insights. Sorry.
Okay, no
Sorry.
worries.
No,
First.
please.
No. You first.
Okay. Thank you very much for that input. I've been on Wikipedia for a long time, but I've never heard of it before. I wanted to tackle one point that you made, that scientists are sometimes still reluctant to participate in the journals, and one reason that this is so is that very often funding of their positions, of their institutions, is dependent on so-called peer-reviewed listed journals. And so one major point would be whether you are or making efforts to be listed in one of the major databases. In particular, now I forgot the name, sorry.
Web of Science or...
Yeah, Web of Science.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we are working towards the Web of Science, but it's kind of like an incremental step. So we first tackled the Scopus, which we have done, because it's a chicken and egg question. Yeah. If you are not in Scopus, people don't submit to your journal, but then Scopus, when they review your submission, they will see that you don't publish enough articles per year, so they decline your submission to be included in the Scopus, so you don't get enough submissions. So that's why we're working one at a time. Web of Science has even higher requirements for publication frequency as well as the volume. So we are kind of like doing that one at a time. And also, I'm in science, but I'm also trying to support the humanities side, because as you can see, humanities it's also equally important in the Wikipedia environment, but they don't have much of a presence compared to medicine or science.
Understood.
Thank you so much. First of all, congratulations and thank you for all the work that you're doing. I have a question. Do you have a strategy to approach universities? Because I know for sure a lot of PhD students will love you and will love to subscribe to your project.
So yeah, COVID kind of really screws a lot of things up. So we're still kind of like ramping up with the not just submissions. We do have a decent number of submissions, but it's more so the coordinating for the peer review process. So right now what we do is we would assign, if, for example, you submit a submission, I look at it and see, okay, it looks reasonably good, so I could send it to and then I would assign someone else. You're an expert in this or in a similar field. Could you help me arrange and find peer reviewers and coordinate that? Because all of our free editorial boards, they're all volunteers. It's really hard to push volunteers to do a lot of stuff. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why we want to increase submissions, but our kind of like our limiting factor is the number of people that are willing to help coordinate peer reviews.
My question is, at the moment, do you work on only articles written in English, or you work with other languages as well? Or do you only publish in English Wikipedia, or you publish in other languages as well?
So in the English and Japanese article that we published earlier, that one was actually a professor that is already an assisting Wikipedian in both English and Japanese, more predominantly in Japanese. So he actually, without even me doing work, he actually incorporated that back into the Japanese Wikipedia on its own. So like I said, our focus, we have to start on the English side because that science is that's the language for working in science is English, and we have the largest pool of reviewers because it's not easy to find reviewers, especially in the past 2 to 3 years. So many reviewers declining because of their overwork, too many reviews, too many workloads. So we want to make sure that we have the largest pool to start off with. So we started with English. But then if the author is competent in another language, we trust them in good faith to translate the English approved version into their native language. And we also issue a separate DOI for that language too. If someone doesn't want to translate the whole article, they could also translate the abstract into the language as well. That's also another option.
And do you, for instance, in case like an article is already published in a different journal, and do you accept that article to be?
So that is a violation of publication ethics, and that is not just a big no-no, but actually we will be reporting. If we discover this instance, we have to report back to the department of your university because it is a big violation of publication ethics.
Start soon.
Okay.
So I want to give the people a chance to congratulate and also to run away if you need to run away, but to stay also if you want to stay. But we're running into this next section. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can. Oh yes. Yes. Okay, so we're getting ready to start the next session. Just because, at least for me, this was like a very big sprint since the morning. I was thinking to start by, cooling down, but then now we are late already. So I'm like, oh, can we really cool down when we're late? I don't know, but we're gonna try. So thank you so much for staying in or for coming in. It's been a very busy day, so I appreciate you choosing this session. We are coming from Romania. It's a user group of Romania and Moldova. So we are a small affiliate group, but we're very excited to talk to you about some of our work. And before we move on, I have 2 questions for you. One, and I want non-Romanian to answer this. Do you know what a mărțișor is? Have you heard about mărțișor? Can you?
No, I looked it up on Wikipedia 5 minutes.
So please, you also looked it up now? Okay, so actually for the part of the countries from the CEE region, it's a tradition that we shared with Bulgaria, with Serbia, I think, part, Ukraine a little bit. And it's a spring celebration. It's a red and white string that it's handmade, usually. It used to be handmade by women to celebrate the coming of spring, in combination with the white of the snow in our region. And now it got very connected also with March 1st to March 8th week when everybody is forced to celebrate women. So in our region, from March 1st to March 8th, if you're a man, you have to buy flowers, you have to say nice things to women, maybe also take them out. Like otherwise, culturally, you will be completely not welcome. So this is with Martisor. And now I want you to just take a moment to think of a woman. It can be you if you're a woman, or somebody else who, if you could make a Martisor, you would actually give that to her. So just keep that woman in mind as we're going to go through the presentation, because it's very important to us, as we're going to talk to you about a campaign that is about creating articles about women on Wikipedia. So it's something that probably many of you know. But we're not just going to talk about the steps that we went through. We're going to talk to you about the process that is happening in a small affiliate, in a small Wikipedia. So don't think about top 10 Wikipedias. This is not about that experience. It's about a small affiliate, small group, small community of volunteers with few women in that community that decides to do a campaign like that. And I think as we talk about this, we have to also bring in not only some statistics and some numbers, but also some emotions. Because, as I mentioned the week when we have to celebrate women, I can also mention the fact that we're coming from Romania now, where for the past 2 weeks, it's a big scandal with one of the biggest universities in our country, where it turned out that at least a couple of male professors are sexual predators. And that seems a surprise to many. Not to student women, not to women in Romania, but to many, including media. And as I was preparing this, when I proposed it, it was more about, affiliate, process, indicators. And then for the past 2 weeks, I was like, oh, fuck it, no. It's about emotions. It's about the fact that I'm doing my work and I'm preparing this presentation. And at the same time, all the media in my country says, oh, those girls probably asked for it. And it's 2024, and we're still having this conversation, and we are still trying to do campaigns about bringing visibility to women. And of course, it comes with emotions. So we're going to have some emotions. Still, you have time to run if you don't like that. And we're also looking for inspirations. So just, whatever comes to your mind as we're talking about this, again, keep in mind, small affiliate, not top 10 Wikipedias, smaller Wikipedias. Let's tell you what we talked about. And I want to mention that this is, of course, inspired by Wikigap. Of course, we've met with many projects that were connected with Wikigap. We also had in Romania in 2018 to 2019 a couple of events, a number of events with good results. But we were not involved in that. It was before we were involved on Wikimartisor or on Wiki for Women. We are coming from a different background, and we're going to tell you about. However, as I prepared the presentation on the report of those events, I found this lesson learned, where people who organized Wikigap back then said that they want to increase the synergy with other projects conducted in our user group and use their potential for attracting new female editors. In some way, I think us presenting here is that happening in a way, but I don't know how this synergy actually happened. Maybe you can figure it out and use it in your own affiliate. That would be nice. So very briefly, I'm a librarian, researcher, manager of our affiliate. Since 2006, it was my first edit on Wikipedia, and it was an article about a women, of course. And since 2017, I'm an active Wikimedian. I'm doing a lot of projects focusing on women, minority science, health, many issues, climate. So if you are interested in topics like this, I would like to talk to you more. And this is a bunch of librarians, editors of Wikipedia that I met last year. So there's a bunch of cool librarians. And also?
And this is me. Hi, everyone. My name is Elena. I've been editing on Wikipedia since 2022, so not very long, but I love it. And I'm also the newest member of our group, Wikimedians of Romania and Moldova user group, and it brings me a lot of joy, and I'm very proud of it. And I work as a librarian at the public library in my country, in Romania. So I strongly believe and encourage all librarians to start editing on Wikipedia, because we as librarians have all the right sources available for writing articles. And I've been involved in many campaigns, such as One Lib, One Ref, Every Book Its Reader, and of course Wikimartisor in 2023 and 2024. Thank you.
So yes, talk to us about One Lib, One Ref. If you have any questions about how librarians can rock Wikipedia, we can talk about that. But also, this year we had a new volunteer joining our Wikimartisor effort, and is Valentin, who's hopefully online. He's waiting for his first child to be born, so he couldn't join us. But he was a really good support for us as we were thinking about, what are we doing with Wikimartisor, as he participated in one of our workshops and helped us with the data. So, as I mentioned, I was librarian doing one lib, one ref, and I was interested in doing articles about women. And I heard about all these cool campaigns happening around the Wikipedia projects. However, I didn't know how to organize a campaign. I didn't know how to do a web page for the campaign. I knew about the fact that there are many pages of women missing on Wikipedia. This is something that as a woman you just know. And that I knew how to use the hashtag app that one lib, one ref is using. I'm not sure if you're using that in your campaign. And then at one point, with the Wikigap crowd, I'm sure it was art and feminism or other type of workshop, they mentioned the Listeria bot, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with, but which extracts data from Wikidata and shows the pages that are missing on your Wikipedia that respond to that search. And of course, we searched for women that were connected to Romania, that don't have a Wikipedia page, and guess what? Tens and hundreds of data came up. So I just copied that. Actually, they showed it for a different country, but I was like, okay, let me see for Romania. And I copied on my sandbox page. I tried to figure it out on my own, which was very painful, but I did. And then I was like, okay, so we have this. So we have this data. We know there are pages missing. How can we do it? And then, again, we didn't know how to do a web page. We didn't know about previous efforts and how they organized because we were not present there. And for small affiliates, the history of the organization, it's not so easily available as it seems is for the bigger organization. So what happened was that for March 1st in 2023, I don't know why, pissed off. And I said, I'm going to do a page. And I'm going to do a Wikimartisor request for people who really say that, they respect women and they want to appreciate women, to actually do a wiki page. And actually, if you look at the page, it was done on March 1st. Jiku, another member of our user group, helped me with the Listeria thing to put it on the page and make, some prizes available from our budget. And it was something announced very poorly on our community only, but it started. It started because I felt actually, we have to start somewhere. And we had just 12 editors who joined in, 60 new articles in a 2-week period, not a big number, but then we started with something. And we learned some things.
Yes, we learned that we definitely need to find more ways of communicating more efficiently in order to attract people, to make them interested in Wikipedia, and especially in Wikimartisor. And most important, that new editors on Wikipedia should be trained before starting writing articles, as it is very important that they understand and they respect basic criteria such as notability, the neutral point of view, and also reliable sources before starting write an article.
This lesson, I'm sure, is not, specifically surprising for many of you. However, with the campaign like inviting women to edit on Wikipedia, people come with a lot of emotions. And then you tell them, oh, but you don't know how to do it. And you have people really pointing to them what they don't know about the women that they respect, about the sources that they bring to the table. And so this was painful for us because we invited women to edit and they left being unhappy. So we really wanted to add more. So what we did was we learned how to do a page for the campaign, so to announce it a little bit earlier, to tell them that they need to learn some and use some materials to figure out how to connect with our way of doing things. And we knew that we needed to organize workshops. So it wasn't just an online campaign. For the online campaign, for new women to come edit, it's impossible for them to do it just like that. We have to prepare more. But we still have a problem communicating about the campaign because, again, it's sexy to just attract people to say, oh, we're doing this good thing, right thing. But then how do you tell them, oh, but you have to invest, some time. And that time, it's very precious, and not everybody is willing to invest that time. So we didn't know how to do that. However,
in 2024, what we did differently is that our campaign lasted for 3 weeks, and we also offered prizes that were very attractive. We offer prizes for most new articles, most improvement in number, and also for new editors with most contributions. And another thing that was very, very workable for us was that we organized 3 public events that were held in public libraries. We had one such public event in a library in Brașov, in Romania, and another workshop at Chișinău in Moldova. And the third one was organized at a library cafe in Bucharest, the capital of Romania. And these events helped us attract more participants in this campaign and also bring us to these results that were much better than in 2023.
Yeah, and what I wanted to mention, you can see Valentin here, who was joining us in Brașov, and he came in to do a Wikimartisor, like editing Wikipedia pages. But of course, he just found himself lost on Wikidata, trying to figure out, okay, so exactly how many articles are there and how many articles we need to do, and data guy. So he did not contribute at all to the campaign. However, he came up with numbers which were very useful for us, which I guess we had 2 reactions to it. On one point, it was useful to us to see the difference in numbers, because it was something that we kind of intuitively knew, but we didn't see it in numbers. But on the other hand, it was really discouraging, because we saw the difference in numbers. He separated it on centuries, so we can have that. And we used it also for Romania and Moldova. We are affiliate that serves 2 countries. So we're now starting to look at statistics from 2 different perspectives. And you're going to see why this is more interesting. It's because for Moldova, as you see, at least for the current biographies, they are having a good position. And that's because in the efforts done in 2018-2019, when one of the editors from that campaign continue to edit, regularly articles about women. So for small countries, I think these gaps are a little bit more easier to bridge, because they're smaller countries and the numbers are smaller than for the bigger countries. But anyway, for us in Romania, for our community, this was more bitter reality. The numbers increased from last year, which was no surprise. It's not big numbers, but it's definitely better than they used to be. And the one positive thing is that editors with a lot of experience started to pay attention to this campaign only now. So it wasn't before, and it's not happening now on a regular basis. The lessons learned?
Of course. As I said before, we learned that we still need to communicate more. It was better, but not enough. And we are still learning how to do it. And again, the importance of reliable references to maintain the neutral point of view, so that the editors with experience don't underestimate us and take us serious. And we also plan to make partnerships and organize more workshops in order to attract more participants, which functioned this year. And hopefully it's going to be better in 2025.
Yeah, so for this year, what we did, we talked earlier with some women editors and tell them, we're doing a Wikimartisor. Can you please consider creating a new article? And we did. And at least one article that was worked with a lot of passion is proposed to be deleted currently, because of notability as a complaint. However, it's definitely a notability person. The quality of references is lacking. But we have to go back to that lady and tell her, you did an okay work, but it has to be better for this campaign, which I'm not sure how easy it is for you to do these things, but for us, it's actually very painful. because of Valentin, we start to look more at numbers. Maybe numbers will help us get courage or get something to get us going. And this is from March, when we finished the Wikimartisor until now. And this is normal, I think, in all Wikipedias. You're going to have more articles about men continuously be written than more articles about women. It's no surprise. What we wanted to point out is that unless this changes, our annually campaigns of 2, 3, 4 weeks will not make a difference. And before we go to our other numbers, I want you to maybe consider then before you leave Wikimedia, Wikimania here, maybe you edit at least one article about one woman from your culture, so that it would be like a Wikimartisor from Wikimania to the women in your life. And we decided to also put the statistics for the total number of articles for the 3 countries that are involved in our presentation: Moldova, Romania, and Poland, our host country, who also has the same issues. And as you see the numbers, Moldova, because it's the smallest, it's doing better, but they're slightly better actually than the other countries. Poland and then Romania is the last of the bunch, with a lot of efforts to continue to be made in this direction. So I'm not sure if you wanted to say more on the data, but it's available on the slides. So we are thinking about 2025. The budget part, where we budget the awards, is the easiest part to put. We have it there. We have the money to give awards. The technical part, where we actually need more people to understand how to count the new pages that are created, to do the, all the technical part, kind of needs to be a work in progress. For small affiliates, usually it's just 1 or 2 persons who know how to do things. And if those persons are not available when you have the campaign, or they have other campaigns happening at the same time, then you don't have the support. So for small affiliates, the technical support is quite important to be developed. We have a question about the hashtag app, which is not supported continuously, and which, again, for a small affiliate who counts on it as a tool to be used in a campaign that's happening only 2 weeks or 3 weeks a year, it's quite painful, because it happened to us, I think, this year, where the hashtag app was not working when we were happening and doing the campaign. And our editors had no understanding of, okay, so why don't we see the numbers? I edited 5 pages. Why can't I see the pages that I edited? And it's a very complicated conversation, again, as we talk about women who are very emotionally involved in editing. The technology is not working. There's no way in which they can understand the technology, because nobody has time to explain, not that they don't know it. If we have tools in our community that are not supported anymore, please tell us, so we know how to plan ahead, again, for topics that are more emotional than others. Though I think for our volunteers in this community, all topics have some emotional charge that we don't talk about enough, I think. And one other thing that was Jiku had as a request is with Wikidata. If anybody is expert on Wikidata, when you do imports of data that are relevant to our countries, maybe just send us a message so we can figure out there's new data available about the countries or about the culture that we are serving. This will be very useful for us. And how to communicate better with the campaigns. We saw all the efforts that's done in English and in English-speaking countries. We get it, but you don't have like Wikimartisor. You don't have like a lot of history of March 8 being the women, as in mothers, and not other women celebrations. We have all those like historical trauma in our societies. So how to communicate this and make it a positive experience and a positive invitation for our members of the community would be very useful. And and set realistic indicators. If you apply for a grant, you have to put numbers. I'm not sure how you thought the numbers that we showed were, but I can tell you, compared with other affiliates who are bigger, those are not big numbers, though that they were created with a lot of work. So I don't want to put numbers just to have big numbers on a paper. I want them to be numbers that make sense for us as a community. So these are the images that we used, and we want to thank you so much. But before we do, I want to explain the title of this presentation, which was thank you for the flowers, but I would like a Wikimartisor. It comes from an NGO. It was inspired by the feminist NGO in Romania, who for the past 3 or 4 years has been using this thank you for the flowers, but I would like respect as a message during March 1st and March 8th in Romania, just to start signaling the fact that, really giving flowers to women for a week during the year, it's not what we talk about when it's said we want equal right for women and more respect. So to signal this fight that we have in our culture. Thank you for the flowers, but we would like Wikimartisor in our Wikipedia, but also in your Wikipedias. So please keep at it, keep editing articles about women. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, we still have time for questions without running in the next session.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm Leila from Wikimedia Foundation's research team. One thing I wanted to note to you is that something that you have that I think is very valuable and many Wikipedia communities don't have is you have almost parity at the readership level for the gender of people who read Romanian Wikipedia. We don't know why this is happening, but Romanian Wikipedia, Ukrainian, and Russian Wikipedia have very close to parity. So if you're, for example, running campaigns, if you're running campaigns to recruit people on Wikipedia, you have actually this amazing opportunity because you have more women proportionally than some of the other Wikipedias. So I just wanted to share that with you because I know there's a lot and every little may help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Magdalena. I'm a local librarian. I would like to appreciate your work, what you are doing in your country for women and Wikipedia. And I have two questions connected with women because usually women work in libraries, and I wanted to ask about their opinion. Did they wanted to join you to your meetings, to your workshops, or they were afraid of it? And the second question is about biograms of the women which were presented in Wikipedia. Did you have any key to point these ladies, or it was very famous person in your history, in your country? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I am a librarian, as I said before, and my personal experience is when I discovered about Wikipedia, I was very fascinated, and I think it's very suitable for a librarian. It should be included in their professional profile because we have the sources, we have the training. Our professional profile is perfect to start editing on Wikipedia. What other librarians told me it was difficult is the neutral point of view, to maintain the text, to write neutrally, and we are encouraged as librarians to express ourselves using beautiful words, expressions and other things, to tell the story beautifully, to make it sound beautiful. And on Wikipedia is the other side. We need to stick to the facts and respect everything, but I also find it easy to do this. And of course, we need to train everyone before starting editing because it's new, it's different, and we have to follow the rules. Also because it's free access and anyone can edit. So the rules are very, very important. I saw librarians that were excited starting editing on Wikipedia and said, wow, it's so easy, I can do this, I can do that, everything is nice, I want to try. But then didn't want to continue when they saw these rules and they saw that their articles were not welcomed and they had problems. But why? I know this person, I know it's right what I'm saying, but it doesn't work like that. You need to find sources for everything you say. So we need to keep going. But librarians are the right persons for this. Thank you.
And this is a good intro for the session on Friday. What time?
2:15.
2:15. We have a session on notability and libraries and work like that. So keep that in mind. And just to answer the second question, and we're done. The Listeria bot that I mentioned is an automatic way of getting the data from Wikidata about women, and then it shows you if they have a Wikipedia page or not. And then you just have list of women that you have some data on but don't have Wikipedia pages, and people can choose to create new pages. So thank you very, very much. Please don't forget about your Wikimartisor, okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for joining this session. I didn't expect so many people. So, yeah, as Claudia in the previous session mentioned, it was session with about emotions. This session, it will be also connected with that. It is a personal journey that I had during my work on Wikipedia, but also not just on Wikipedia, but with my hobby, with my cycling, and my wife in general. So you will see some private images, maybe in the terms of changes in my weight. So you will be surprised. I'm in the session. I will not speak about my journey that I took with my bicycle from Skopje to Katowice, as you maybe already hear or see on the various Wikimedia Foundation channels that they provided. That I arrived here with my bike. Because I don't have time to do that, in this presentation. So first, a little bit about myself. I'm a Wikipedian from 2010. One of the admins on Macedonian Wikipedia. I created more than 10,000 articles on Macedonian Wikipedia, which is maybe around 8% of the total size of the Macedonian Wikipedia. And I started when I started, it was creating articles about Germany, where I visited for the first time in 2010. And I was looking for Freiburg, that I visited, a city. And I was okay, it is only one sentence on Macedonian Wikipedia. Why is that? So I tried to add more information on Macedonian for Freiburg. And then I just continue creating new articles, editing, and I just left Wikipedia afterwards. So basically, it is from just that one article, I started doing more and more on Wikipedia. So how I started with cycling. So this is a good story that I had. I was just writing articles. I was quite interested into watching cycling races on Eurosport, and it was quite good for me, like Tour de France, like seeing all of these like new, like good landscapes, riders, and everything. And I was worked there like as a student like job in Germany, because like we had like during the faculty this option to go in another country to work, and I worked in McDonald's, so it was quite exhausting job, but that job like provide me like provide me like to lose my weight, and you will see why I mentioned this. I was more than 30 kilograms more than this one like here that you see. So you will see on another image like how I looked and how I was. And that gives me like looking that and writing articles gives me idea. Okay, I now have money. I will buy a bicycle. So that was I just decide like writing articles on Wikipedia gives me idea to buy and to purchase a bicycle. This is me. 2013 and 2018, like a difference in the passports. So it gives you an idea like how I was, how I am. So that was before and after cycling. I'm not giving like this is not motivational to start like cycling. Just as I said, it's a personal story. And at the beginning, I started to cycle, and I cycle a lot, but I didn't upload any like image that I took on the Commons, which I took regular. Like it was like some of the reasons why I liked cycling in the first place is that I like landscapes, the nature that I saw, the villages that I visited. It was like option how you can like see those things. So that's why I from the beginning is the enjoyment that I have in during the cycling. So later it is like thanks to Kirill, who is here, like he invited me. I was just an editor. He invited me. Okay, it is first C meeting in Belgrade, and I didn't know what is Wikimedia. I was like, okay, what is Wikimedia? Why is everyone talks about Wikimedia? What is that? Like I was like Wikipedia, and why they're mentioning Wikimedia? What is that? Like I didn't even know that. So, and during that conference, it was one session from the Polish team about their wiki expeditions. And it was, they presented that they visited villages, they take pictures, they upload it on Commons, they afterwards use it on in the articles, they create later Wikidata after that it was created. So it gives me like inspiration. Okay, I will return to my home and I will start doing that. Like just from that being on that session. And after 2 years, it was 2014. We started like with the first plan of the wiki expeditions. That is the project that is still running, visiting and documenting villages in Macedonia. But that is the project that we are doing with the car. So we started like that, but I was thinking, okay, we're doing that with the car, but I'm cycling. Why I cannot like visit my villages in my municipality with my bike and to take uploaded those images on Commons. So I started doing that. And it was quite fun. Like it has like some purpose of my cycling. It is not just I cycle, but I also like contributing to Wikipedia with countless of images and Wikidata items and Wikipedia articles. So it was quite fun for me, and also good for Wikipedia and for the visibility of those villages on internet in general. And in 2016, it was first organized, I can say, Vélo expedition. Vélo, it means from the French, it means like bicycle, so it is connection with that. So I gather a group of people, like enthusiasts who also wants to cycle, and we went to the remote locations, which is very good with the dirty roads. You can go with your bikes and to take an image, because even with the car, sometimes it's very hard to get from images from those villages. Here is the image, like how I looked during this Wiki Vélo expeditions. Like when I start, this is like 2016. After it is like I started like doing on without an idea, but afterwards I started to create a model, like what I need to do like first. So it's basically, and I talked with Maxime from France about that. Like he asked me about how it is like to create an expedition or how to start something. It is very you need to research. So the research is the base that you need to do before. At home, you need to to know the locations of those objects that you want to visit before that. So I know it's hard. It's not like now pretty much enjoyment. Like, oh, I will just go and I will take an image from everything. But you need to do the homework before that. So I started to do that, like to mapping before that, before going to take an image from that trip that I want to do. So first you need to make a route, to make like locations of those objects that you want to visit. Then to gather the people. It's better with when you had a group. You cannot do it like your own. Yeah, you can, but if you want to be like in more concrete way and to cover more villages, then it's a good to be a group of people. And afterwards, it's to create to find the materials, either digital or to go in the libraries or whatever, or just to search Google, because we are like a very not digital country. So I spent a lot of searching on Google, but not just searching on Google on the first page. I went to go 10 or 15 pages, like to find anything that is connected with that, like finding material. And we're joking that I'm now like an expert to find a church in a village on a satellite image, like without without any concrete steps, like, because it is very hard. I don't know in maybe in your country it's very easy that, but in our country it's very hard to find a village in the abandoned in a church in the abandoned village. To find that object is very hard. Like and sometimes you need to go like in the forest, and that is covered with vegetation, and already it is like not even recognizable to find it that it was church. During my research and like during my expeditions, it is like old school. I'm bringing my pen. So I'm writing down like what I visit, what I covered, what I not. So it is not Wikipedian style, like in digital way. Also, like you like taking an image like from that object that you want to take. Here is the group of friends that we visited, and it has nice story about here. And that's why I posted this image. It's not that we are. This is one of the first whale expeditions, and on another like side of this lake, which was artificial lake created just 50 years ago, and in it was a village before the lake, and the church is still intact, and it was no record in the official list of churches or documentation that that church exists there. And when I found it, I was like, oh, this is completely new. So, and that practice, when you found something that it is not on any list before that, it sometimes it feels that you're original researcher, which is like on the border with the Wikipedia policy, to know, like, do you have a right to write about that, like because I discovered it, or like it is not that I discovered it, but I first made an image from that church or from that object. So sometimes it's like it brings you like a joy that like your work is significant when you can even say that you found something and like you make a documentation of something that nobody before that like documented. And so my purpose of this session is not like just to promote myself and like that. So it is not about that, but to give you like an idea for you when you're going outdoors, like you're going like in your villages or like in your country, to take an opportunity to take that image that you just coincidentally, maybe you wanted to take it, or like just to you take that photo, and afterwards, when you return to your homes, you just think about, okay, maybe I can check if that image exists on Commons or not, if that object is already on Commons or not, because doing that, you are creating local content. So, and that is, I think, the most valuable thing about Wikipedia, to create your local content. And especially if like doesn't that exist on any language, that even it is more valuable than just to create, I don't know, like translation of the article about the famous movie or something like that. So creating local content, I think it is the most the thing that you can provide to Wikipedia and to the society. So also my advice, picture from everything, and to make numerous pictures, definitely no. So just maybe one good quality of that like object, and not to creating like any like a gallery of like from every side, but numerous, and that's it. It is not important. So far, we had like I created like and I held 9 official whale expeditions, you can say. It was also many more short events that I went to some churches and to some villages. I created during this like 400 articles and 1,000 images that I uploaded on Commons. And also, like, this is my message to all of you. If you're an outdoor person, just you can combine Wikipedia with your hobby, because you will enjoy it, views like that. And you can contribute to Wikimedia projects easily. So it is quite quite good for you and for the society and for Wikimedia. That's it.
Yeah.
I can.
So, what type of equipment do you take on such a velo expedition? Because I guess you need to stay quite light, so you cannot take like the biggest camera or your laptop with you.
Yeah.
So we saw the book, but can you say a little bit more about the equipment?
No, I'm using just my phone. Like, I'm not using the camera. So yes, I'm using just my phone, and that's it. And about my trip, yeah, but that will be like a long session maybe. Short version. Yeah, so it was 6 days from Skopje to Katowice, 1,100 kilometers. It was, I was good. Energy on high level, like good pace without any major mechanical or physical problems, injuries or like that. So that was good. Only thing that was not good, it was weather conditions. During 2 stages, it was very hot, like on the Balkans, like scorching hot. 42, 43, 44, like that. During the 4th stage in Hungary, it was very windy. Like when I said very windy, I was holding my bike with my power. Like it was like, okay, this is going to be very hard. Headwind and crosswind, like on the side, like constantly. So that was horrible. But I made it. So it was good and not like fun to be at the end. It was during the last stage when I started, like after 30 kilometers, it starts heavy rain. So and a lot of trucks in Slovakia. And I don't know if you saw, I'm millennial, so if you saw Final Destination movie, that part of that truck loaded with the wood. And so I ride behind those trucks, so it was okay. This is over. Okay, I'm not gonna make it to Katowice. So that was like maybe horrific at the moment, but yeah, it was cold, it was wet during the last stage, but I know it that people were waiting for me in front of the venue. So I don't know, that gives me like an energy, and because I'm using Garmin, 10 people, that is a cycle computer, and 10 people follow me through the link where I am constantly, and they're giving me like messages on Instagram. So when I stopped and they like, okay, you're just 30 kilometers, you can go, like it was giving you like energy to continue.
How long did it take you?
6 days.
6 days.
Yeah.
Are you going back by bike?
No.
I knew it.
No, it is not that I don't have time. Yeah.
I think this is so fun, especially the journey and how everybody could follow along. And I wonder if you have any ideas about how maybe we could use this as a recruitment tool to get new editors excited about Wikipedia. I'm not joking. I don't know how big the overlap is between people who love editing Wikipedia and people who love endurance cycling. But it strikes me that doing like a joint ride to the next Wikimania or reaching out to local cycling clubs could be a really fun way to get new people involved in the movement.
Yeah. I didn't think about that, but I think it can be used to it.
Even though I have to mention that we organized 2 editathons with a cycling club in Macedonia. It was 5 years ago. I mean, they were not a cycling club, but cycling enthusiasts who wanted to write articles about cycling and other topics in general.
They tried to about cycling infrastructure, like these terms.
think the last slide was very interesting and very important. You said that one can link the hobby to the Wikimedia projects, and that's very interesting. I have just a small remark regarding the documentation of buildings. What I have seen working with cultural heritage people or people, historians, sometimes we need photographs of all the sides because buildings could be destroyed because of some problem, fires and everything. And so many of the historians are working with computer scientists to reconstruct the 3D images. And thanks to the images from all the sides, we can recreate the buildings even if those buildings are destroyed. I mean, this is just a personal viewpoint. I think that could be important because otherwise, most of the time, people take the front of the building, front facade, but not of the other side. So it could be, for the historians, is very important.
Good mention, yeah. Thanks.
That is exactly what I was about to tell you. It's better to take like a few pictures, even if you don't have time, because as I like to tell, in France, for example, in 2019, Notre Dame Cathedral has been the subject of a fire. So one of the main jewels of a country was subject of fire. So it can happen to any monument.
Yes.
And it is important just to have some pictures, at least for an archive. And sometimes you even have some exclusive content with the details, the architecture details you can have.
Okay.
Yes, but making such a tour is always finding the balance between those things, and you don't want to document only one object at a wiki takes or a tour like this.
Yeah, it is like
you need to find the balance.
Yeah, like even taking just one image, it's better to have no image. So that is my approach sometimes.
Yeah, you must be aware that after 2 hours of cycling, you often sit several hours in front of the computer, labeling, uploading, etc. You know it. Yeah, I also started taking pictures of my cycling tours, more focusing for the moment on natural moments locally. But it really brings you to areas where you never would go without that. And that's really also interesting, that you getting off the usual, off the beaten path. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think the time is past, but yeah, just one question, because the opening ceremony.
Sure. How do you make sure to not cycle past an object that you would like to visit and to document? How do you make sure not to miss it?
I often stopped and I just check it the surroundings, but as I mentioned, sometimes it's very hard to find them. At least in my country. It is like because we don't have it like coordinates and like proper instructions like for the location. So it is hard, but as I said, it is like it can be like expert in like skill like about satellite images. So I get used to it to find it that objects. Thanks a lot.